I want to be a race car driver someday.
You don't get here alone. Stars don't just appear before our eyes, and wins don't get quietly greeted alone. This is a team sport disguised as a solitary pursuit. That man behind the wheel has a world behind him. Some chosen, others given, but always unconditional. Their presence never leaves. It's the driving force behind every start and every finish.
Say hi to my wife back home.
Son and daughter back at home.
Wish my dad was here.
Kids back home. My parents, my sister, my wife and kids.
The ones that are with you for wins, losses, and meals, all the same. This race is for you.
It is a very special day, Easter Sunday, as we celebrate family and we get you ready for the first night race of the 2024 season. It is a short track, which means tempers and brake rotors, well, they are going to be red hot for 400 laps around and around until the very last lap. Richmond is absolutely a driver's favorite for a reason, because the action track never disappoints. Hi, everyone. Welcome to race day. As you can see, we do have some weather out there in Richmond right now, but NASCAR is planning to start everything on time as we say hello and thank you all for spending a little bit of your holiday weekend with us. I'm Shannon Spake. He's America's crew chief Larry McReynolds, looking very handsome with his bow tie on, and the Daytona 500 champ Jamie McMurray. Short track, but maybe the perfect size track.
Yeah, it was a half-mile racetrack for years, and we went there for the second race in 1988. They had reconfigured it, and I've said it ever since then. 3/4 of a mile. It's the perfect size track for 36 Cup Series car. Still easy to get in trouble, but you can move around, and they will be moving around searching for grip. But the big thing is going to be the word unknown. Yeah, this is the third season of this Generation 7 car, the 5th time that we've been to Richmond, but this will be the first time we've raced a Gen 7 car at that 3/4 mile track at night under the lights. That is a huge unknown.
Yeah, prior to qualifying, I think all of us had just given the trophy to Joe Gibbs Racing because they've won here 18 times. Denny Hamlin's won here 4 times, Truex 3 times. And then we get to qualifying, and Hendrick Motorsports has 3 of the top 4. I think it's going to be really fun tonight, though, to watch and see if Joe Gibbs can overcome the issues they had in qualifying and get back and get another win.
Another unknown, of course, if there is weather and we start on those rain tires, is adding another unknown to the mix. It's time now for our lead lap headlines. Show you what we've been following all week long. William Byron won last week in Austin. He's the first driver to win twice this season. Of course, left Texas very happy, unlike Kyle Busch, unhappy with being spun by Christopher Bell. And yesterday, Busch said he's going to race Bell harder for a bit. Also yesterday, Kyle Larson won the pole for tonight's race. He's going to share the front row with his Hendrick teammate, Chase Elliott. Let's bring in our reporters, Jamie Little, Regan Smith, on this Easter. They're hopping around the garage to get all the latest stories. Jamie, you're up first.
Hi, Shannon. Happy Easter to you. I'm standing by Joey Logano's number 22. He's a 2-time winner here, but as you know, Joey Logano has been off to a slow and very challenging start to the season. Only 1 top 10 finish. I just spent some time with Joey, and he told me this race tonight is his best opportunity for a victory so far this season. He said despite the body change, the tire change, the aero change, it felt like old Richmond to him. They made some good adjustments. He was happy with the car in practice, so he's really hoping that short tracks will ring true and he'll get to victory lane tonight in what is his 550th career Cup start tonight. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, Tyler Reddick is a guy that you can think of as somebody who's going to compete at every track and compete at a high level. 23 different tracks he has got top 10s at, but one track that is not listed on that is Richmond Raceway. No career top 10s in his starts at this racetrack. This has been a little bit of an Achilles heel for him. I talked to crew chief Billy Scott earlier, though. He told me the speed has not been a problem. The speed has been good. In fact, last time that they were here, Tyler sitting on the pole, leading laps, running in third when he had a late race pit penalty. The goal tonight with the number 45 car is going to be to finish it off, and what's been a little bit of a roller coaster season in results, to get the results to even out and get that first top 10 here at Richmond for Tyler.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, let's circle back to what Jamie said about the Fords. What do you think about the Fords?
Yeah, the Ford Dark Horse Mustang has yet to find victory lane. And Ryan Blaney is the only Ford driver inside the top 10. But let's go back to what Jamie Little was talking about. The 22 car of Joey Logano, 22nd in the points. Who would ever believe our two-time champion would be sitting out over a full year winless streak? But let me say this. I know we've been to 6 tracks, different tracks, and there's a lot of variety there. But I've talked to some people in the industry. I want to give it 2 or 3 more weeks. We've got these 2 short tracks of Richmond and Martinsville. Then we have another intermediate, the 1.5 mile at Texas Motor Speedway. When we get through those, I think the picture becomes really clear, whether it's the Ford Dark Horse Mustang, the 22 team, whoever, of who's in trouble, who's got work to do. And what's significant about that, that's a fourth of the way through the season and roughly a third of the way through the regular season.
Your major storylines are what?
Yeah, I'm looking at Chase Elliott. We have just high expectations for him. He won 5 races in 2022, got hurt last year, and when you look at his results this year, it just hasn't been as good as what we expect. He's qualified really well. The 500, he actually raced well. Atlanta, he gets caught up in a wreck, though, early on lap 2. Vegas, Phoenix, he actually ran okay, didn't finish well. Bristol just didn't run well. Last weekend, he gets caught cutting the course. I don't know that he should have been penalized for that. But he's not running as well as what we expect from him, and I want to see Chase Elliott and that team turned around. We're cheering for them.
Yeah, you mentioned qualified on the front row, looking for that first win at Richmond. Who's going to get it done tonight? 7 different winners in the last 7 Richmond races. Here is what is around the turn on the show.
Race day from Richmond has Easter eggs hidden all over. Here's what we'll uncover. The Hendricks Motorsports basket is full of excellent drivers, but we'll discuss who's the best right now. Plus, we'll roll out the red carpet for a couple of your favorite racing bunnies who hope to find a win in Richmond. And it's been a sweet season for the drivers at JGR, so we'll bring in the boss. That's right, Joe Gibbs will stop by. Tom Rinaldi shares a very special story about how a chance encounter for Kyle Busch has evolved into a NASCAR dream. And our Michael Waltrip will hop around the grid looking for drivers as they get ready to go racing here at Richmond on race day.
Welcome back to Race Day. Happy Easter, everyone. Last week in Austin, William Byron drove to victory lane for the 2nd time this season, his first win since the Daytona 500. And with that win, he put his name at the top of the list of season favorites. Things are about to get weird in Austin.
Green, green, green. We'll go.
The Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix is underway.
These 2 boys are banging doors. Quite the kerfuffle right there.
What? The what?
Have I ever wrecked you? No. Okay, coming.
This is what they call the money stop.
Door.
Ross Chastain has the lead, but William Byron's ready to pounce.
William Byron to the checkered flag.
And when you have 2 wins, which is more than any other driver this season, you move all the way to the top of the playoff leaderboard. And that's exactly where you're going to find William Byron right now. Take a look at his last 3 races. Not great at Phoenix and Bristol, but winning cures all. He won 6 times last season and really gotten off to a hot start this year.
He has, and I don't know that we've seen the potential of the 24 team completely, because if you go back to Bristol, he got spun on lap 21, so we don't even know how he was going to run at Bristol. Vegas, I think he had the best car, and he had the trash bag get caught on his grill. He had to make a green flag pit stop. They did come back to finish 10th, but we might even be talking about more than 2 wins.
Yeah, just think about it. The 3rd consecutive season, all 3 years with the Gen 7 car, William Byron has become the first driver to get the 2 wins, and he's done it this year in 6 races. But I did talk to him the other day, and he did say we got a little concern between those 2 wins at Daytona because they weren't leading a lot of laps. They led 42 laps at COTA last week, but it only led 19 laps in those first 5 races.
And who would have thought that he would have been the one getting it done at Hendrick Motorsports? Of course, Byron, part of that HMS team, powerhouse, I should say, along with Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, and Alex Bowman. So our question is, which of the HMS superstars do fans consider the best? Here's what they had to say.
Kyle Larson against William Byron.
I mean, it's got to be Kyle Larson, man.
I don't know, man. That's a tough question.
I think William Byron is the up-and-coming.
Definitely Larson. I like the way the car looks. He's got a fast car today.
They're both really good. I don't know.
Driver Kyle Larson.
I think Kyle Larson is going to win this weekend for sure.
I've got to go with Byron. You know, got 2 wins on the season.
Always Kyle Larson. I've been a fan since 2017, and it's been history since.
I would have to choose Kyle Larson.
Tomorrow's race winner, Kyle Larson.
This year, Byron, but it depends on the season, really.
He won here last year in an absolute blowout.
Number 24, Jeff Gordon, going in his legacy. Hendrick Motorsports.
He's quick, he's slick, and you know what? He's winning tomorrow.
I reserve my right to change my pick, but right now it's Kyle Larson.
I feel like these fans, when somebody asks me who my favorite is between the two of you, I just can't answer. I guess it depends on the day. What do you think?
I would say if every family had to answer this, there'd be some fights at the Easter table tonight over dinner. Listen, you know where I stand. I've been a huge fan of Kyle Larson. He was my teammate at Chip Ganassi Racing. But if you just look at the numbers, Kyle Larson, the win percentage, what he's been able to do, and I just think it'd be really hard for anyone to argue that if you had to bet all your money on one guy, you're taking Kyle Larson. The one thing that I will give William Byron credit for, though, over Kyle Larson, is I think that he does a little better job of not making some of the mistakes. Larson a little faster. Byron, though, seems to be mistake-free.
Who would ever believe after 2020, 21, even 2022, when Chase Elliott won 5 races, he would not even be in this conversation. But we know he is well over a year as far as a winning streak. But I'm like those fans. I'm like Jamie. I don't know how you tip the scale. Kyle Larson is a champion. He has been at Hendrick Motorsports a shorter time than William Byron, and he has 6 more wins driving that 5 car than William Byron has driving that 24 car. So maybe toward Larson just a little bit.
The good thing is I don't have to pick my favorite out of you guys, and I don't have to pick my favorite out of the guys at the track as well. Let's head out to them right now. Chris Myers, Clint Boyer, and Kevin Harvick. You guys, happy Easter.
Yes, thank you, and happy Easter, Shannon, to you and the crew back in Charlotte. Well, how about it? By the way, Chase Elliott, most popular driver who has a championship, part of Hendrick Motorsports as well. But the buzz around William Byron, and obviously Larson and his reputation, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Hall of Famers have said he's the best driver and will be when all is said and done. That's their point of view. Where do you lean on this?
Well, I think right now, and we talked about this earlier, there's a lot more to being the best NASCAR driver. I think Kyle Larson is probably the most talented driver in the field, but there's more to it than that. And I think when William Byron comes into the picture, he's a little bit more consistent than Kyle Larson. He finishes more races. He's got 2 more wins and 7 less DNFs over the 78 races in the next gen cars. So I lived off of being consistent and getting better finishes with the car on some of those days than what it should have gotten. And I think that's what William Byron does as well.
Well, I think the next gen car fits into William Byron's style, right? Simulation. That's the name of the game today's day and age. Where'd he come from? iRacing, simulation. Kyle Larson, I'm a race fan. I want to see somebody that can get out of this car on Sunday, which you're going to see this week. He'll be racing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. And by the way, as a favorite, then he comes and shows up on a Cup day on Sunday and is the favorite, sitting on the pole again here. This guy has more DNS. You know, you're a preparation guy, but I'm a race fan, and I want my driver to go out there and bring me the checkers or the records.
Well, I think he's more exciting. I'm sorry, Chris. Yeah. I think he's more exciting to watch, and that's where William Byron kind of gets lost in the shuffle, is he's just not as dynamic as Kyle Larson. But finishing races, I think Kyle Larson could have won probably double the amount of races if he finished more races and just made a few less mistakes. He's definitely the fastest and the most talented. It's just something that comes with time in this garage.
And it's a very good problem to have for Hendrick Motorsports.
Yes,
basically, you have 2 guys racing for wins every weekend.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Byron has been this year with his 2 wins, he does have 3 races where he didn't finish in the top 15. So better than a DNF, but that's kind of the risk reward. Ultimately, right, you'll be judged by championships at the end of their career, more than just wins. At least that's how a lot of the fans will look at it. Well, we'll talk with both of them, and then we can ask them how they compete against themselves. William Byron and Kyle Larson joining us a little bit later live here from the track. We're in the garage, by the way, just so you know, waiting out the possibility of rain, expected to start on time. Back to Charlotte and Shannon.
We are keeping our fingers crossed that we are going to start on time and everything's going to be awesome out there on an Easter Sunday in Richmond. Coming up, we've already talked about William Byron. Now he's going to join the guys at the track. Can he win going back-to-back? And Tom Rinaldi has the story of how a chance meeting with Kyle Busch in an orphanage led to a life's pursuit. Don't want to miss that. As you see, that's a good sign, getting those cars rolled out, getting ready for racing under the lights, baby. Welcome back. Oh, there you go. This is what it's all about, right? Some sights and sounds from Richmond out there as we are getting you ready for racing. Of course, today is all about family and faith and, of course, candy. Many kids hunting down Easter eggs at home or at the track. So we wanted to know the important stuff, right? What are the drivers' favorite candy? We asked them.
My favorite Easter candy is Jolly Rancher jelly beans.
Probably just chocolate eggs.
It has to be the Reese eggs. The egg chocolate.
The peanut butter to chocolate ratio is much better. Or a chocolate bunny.
I am anything chocolate and peanut butters.
You know, I really don't eat a lot of candy for Easter. Peeps, I'll take it or leave it, but the Reese's eggs.
I'm not a Peeps guy.
Not much on Peeps.
I am not a Peeps person whatsoever.
Not really a Peeps guy. Ate it when I was younger, but I don't know, they just kind of gross me out now.
I like a marshmallow on a s'more sometimes. I guess jelly beans, like the Starburst ones, are okay once a year, I would say.
What is up with all the Peep hate?
I know, I like Peeps.
I do too.
And I like the chocolate and peanut butter. I'm good with any of that.
Yeah, I'm with Chase Briscoe and Noah Gregson. Jelly beans. Somebody put a box, I've never seen a box that big in the makeup room, and I think that's what's going on with me right now.
And all those Hershey Kisses that you ate, because you probably ate about 6 of them. But yes, I'm a Peeps person for sure. As I mentioned, of course, today is a day that's all about family, just like the sport of racing, which is absolutely all about the people who mean the most to us.
Spring. The time of year when the world gets a fresh coat of paint. When hope warms the heart and possibility awakens the soul. But there's no greater awakening than witnessing life through a child's eyes. Especially when it's your own. The greatest moments are those shared with the ones we love. They remind us why we do what we do. As the days get longer, the breeze is warmer, and everything begins to glow. Time with family becomes more precious. In the end, it's the laugh, the smile, and holding that tiny hand. That's what matters.
Aw, there you go. It's all about, my heart is like bursting open right now seeing
sweet.
that shot of Cash walking with Clint.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's crazy how big all those kids have gotten.
I know, and there was a shot with you as well, and really is about family.
It always meant the world to me when Linda and the kids were able to go to the racetrack with me, and then the times that they were able to go to Victory Lane and help celebrate a win. They were there for that 1992 Daytona 500, and honestly, with the schedule I kept as 18 years as a crew chief, a lot of times the only time I got to spend time with them was when the garage closed and being able to go out to the motorhome and maybe have dinner with them.
I spent my entire career trying to make my mom and dad proud of me, well, no matter what it was I was racing. And then you have kids, and all of a sudden that dynamic shifts, and you're like, well, I want my kids to look up to me. And so it goes from trying to make your parents proud to wanting to do well so your kids look up to you.
You know what Clint Boyer has in common with the kids?
He acts like them.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
And we cannot give Clint as much candy as we gave the kids on this Easter Sunday, because you know he'll be wild. But Kevin, I know that one of the first things that the memories that I think about is when you had Keelan in the car with you, and that really kind of set in motion for a lot of the drivers to do what you did.
Well, it was fun that day because we had kind of strategized what we were going to do that day, and I said, look, whatever you do, you run across that pit wall and you run across the grass if that's what you want to do, and don't ask anybody. So
and don't look back.
And don't look back. Just run straight to the car. And we were able to take that ride. And the second time we took the ride, I said, well, are you ready to do a burnout this time? And the second ride was a little bit better than the first ride because we're able to do the burnout.
Yeah, and he's here, by the way.
He is. Yeah, we had him dressed up as an Easter bunny earlier in the
so
TV compound.
He's hanging. And of course, you know, your son, Cash, we see him on a regular basis every Daytona 500 with his buddy Owen. And how do you juggle that? By the way, shout out to the wives and the moms who help handle all that while you guys are focusing on racing and trying to get the family to the track through the course of a long season.
Well, family's everything, and certainly is in racing. If you're going to be on this grinding schedule, just like you heard Larry McReynolds talk about, you have to have people around you and people that you trust, people that'll tell you what you need to hear, right? Not a bunch of yes people, and family, man. Having the kids there, that prolongs your career. You want to be in that car because you want to make your kids proud. A lot of us, just because of the age that you started racing, got this opportunity in the Cup Series. Your kids were either non-existent or they were really young, and I wanted pictures. I wanted a picture in Victory Lane. When I finally got cash in Victory Lane in Martinsville, it was the experience of a lifetime. It was literally the experience that I stayed in that car for, and something that we'll always have.
All right, well, the Hendrick Motorsports family we've been talking about, William Byron is going to be joining us. Drivers have just left the drivers' meeting. That's a good sign because they introduced to the fans here. And it rained earlier. There is a slight rain in the forecast, temperature in the 60s, but we're planning to start things on time. Joe Gibbs Racing. We'll be talking later with Joe Gibbs. There's Christopher Bell as we welcome in William Byron. Who's wandering by us there? Oh, that's Kyle Larson. Boy, you guys really are competitive, aren't you? I was nice to see you, by the way. Happy family Easter there for you, and you too. We were discussing about you two guys and who's the best Hendrick Motorsports driver currently, and we had some interesting comments from the studio. What do you mean? Well, he's hot right now. But let me ask you, how competitive are you guys within racing, and what do you do to push each other, especially you two?
I mean, I think just naturally going fast. You know, I think us both just pushing each other to push our teams forward and bring the fastest cars we can. And I feel like, you know, both of our teams have been really strong for the last really 2.5 years since the next gen car got introduced. So we actually, when we were testing, our teams tested together a lot. So I feel like we have pretty good chemistry.
Yeah, I would say chemistry as well between you two, and the debate is real because you literally race each other for who's going to win on a weekly basis. We see it between you. The next gen car, you know, Kyle, you've been around a little bit longer than William here. He's got you covered in the next gen car, but I think the fact is the laps led and then some DNFs are really the things that separate you two. What about the next gen car for you that's maybe still working on?
For me, I feel like I've got the intermediate stuff, like I'm comfortable with that. Honestly, short track stuff I feel fairly comfortable. It's the road courses that I feel like I've regressed some from the old style car. I just think everybody's much closer, so it's harder to like be better because I think the car kind of carried me a little bit in 21. But that's where William has like been really strong on all tracks, but especially the road courses. He's been really good qualifying, on poles, leading laps, winning races. So yeah, that's a area.
Where are you starting today?
On the pole, but we're turning left.
Which, by the way, 7 of your 20-year career wins, right, have come from starting first. So that's great position, right? Almost a third.
Okay.
So the interesting thing to me, obviously you're both great and do a great job and win races and do what you have to do. And having that as a teammate is something that is invaluable. But my question for you is, you obviously have an iRacing background. I love the work ethic. I love the relationship that you and Rudy have. And all I hear from everybody internally is how hard you work. How much do you use the simulation? How much time do you spend on it? And is that an advantage that you think you have just because of your background?
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised. We didn't use it this week at all. So we just we found that certain tracks it works really well and certain tracks it doesn't. And you know, road courses we haven't used it at all since since Indianapolis last year. So it just depends on where we're going and what we can get from it. But there's a lot of other ways to prepare too. And there's SMT. There's talking to your crew chief and sitting down and looking at everything. So I feel like we've just got a really comfortable room at the shop where we can talk to each other, figure out what we need in the car for setup, and then go from there. And every weekend's different.
But it's constant, right? Like the video, the SMT. I don't think people understand the amount of work that you guys put in during the week, whether you're using simulation or not. It's work from Monday until Saturday.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think it's just, for me, I never want to show up to the racetrack and not feel prepared. That really gives me a lot of anxiety before I get in the car. So if I feel like I've done everything that week that I can do to feel comfortable and ready, then when I sit in the car, I can just kind of trust my feel. And
so you guys you're hard work. Who's more ruthless out of you two?
Ruthless?
Ruthless on the track.
Chris, look who you're talking to.
I don't know that either one of them have a ruthless
Hey, hold on a second. All
You
right,
need
so
to be more
obviously,
ruthless.
I don't know. I mean, my DNFs, I guess, probably speak for them.
Okay, that's where I was going. I wanted you to say that. There you go.
so simulation preparation. All right, obviously, Kevin, your team, William. I got to go to Team Kyle here. What's your preparation for next week's race? Are you sprint car racing this week? Late model racing? What are we in?
No, I actually.
IndyCar?
No. Next week will be like my last week with nothing. No racing, no IndyCar. So once we get past Martinsville, that's when it gets crazy. The following week's actually really crazy for me. So after Martinsville, I race the sprint car at Riverside on Tuesday, test the IndyCar Wednesday, Thursday, race the sprint car Friday, practice, qualify the Cup car Saturday, race the sprint car Saturday night, then the Cup car Sunday, and then the sprint car again on Tuesday. So
Caitlin laid that schedule out for you?
No chance.
yeah, that's my prep. William's prep is a lot of data.
Yeah.
Mine's behind the wheel, I guess.
Yeah, we're all excited. Indy 500, Coke 600, doing the double. Good luck with that. Thanks for coming by. And continue the great success for you guys, especially today. Kyle Larson and William Byron with us. And we're planning to start on time. At least the fans are here to weather things. Hendrick Motorsports will be talking about Joe Gibbs Racing a little bit later and the Toyotas as we count you down to the start of the race and the Toyota 400 here in Richmond. Let's welcome in Joey Logano as he will be talking to us right now. Okay, Joey. Well, that was fast. All right.
Surprise.
Way to slide in. Good qualifying, obviously, for you, and I know that you've had success here. In fact, you have more top 5 finishes here than at any track. I'm sure you're aware of that.
I didn't know that, but I appreciate you telling me that right before I get in the car. It makes me feel good about it.
So you should be. I know it hasn't been the year you wanted so far, but you must feel good about today. And give us an update on your car and your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a rough start of the season, no doubt. But I think last week we were able to get a little bit of momentum on our side. But not that, the problem is when you're somewhat okay with 11th, it shows where you're at, right? So we got to be mad about 11th. We got to get to that point. And Richmond, like you said, is our best racetrack. We've come here for years now. Paul Wolf puts together a really fast car here, and usually I do a decent job at managing the tires and all that. Maybe different tonight, though, with rain tires.
Yeah. Oh, I hope.
Wet weather tires. Wet weather tires, Joey.
Sorry. Thank you for calling it the correct thing. The wet weather tires and the wet weather out there.
What's your opinion on that? Does that play in your hand?
Of course you want it. You're not out there.
Absolutely. But I'm asking you. Do you? Excited about the thought of
I'm
that?
concerned. Is where I'm at. Yeah, well, you don't know what you don't know until you get out there. I think the biggest thing that concerns me is the vision. Right, when you get out there and the spray from these big tires that we have on these cars now. I did the rain test here years ago. This was after the first time we raced in the rain at COTA. The next 2 days later, we were up here doing the rain test. And I remember when we put the wet tires on, I was like, I can't see where I'm going. There's 3 cars here, and I couldn't see where I was going. So that's why I'm a little bit concerned, but maybe it'll be better.
Just a mist, right, Joey?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a mist.
I think it might be okay.
I think it's going to play right in his hand.
But I think that's the biggest concern is just you guys are willing to race in whatever you want, whatever you can race in from a wet standpoint, as long as you can see, correct?
As long as you can see, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there is a safety aspect to it, right? And if there's not much grip, that's okay, right? We can slide around and move around. I think that's going to be okay as long as we can see where we're going, and you can see the cars in front of you. Because the last thing you want to happen is what happened at COTA the first time when they wrecked in front of everybody and no one saw it. Right, and then it becomes pretty dangerous. So we just got to be careful with that.
Do you look for that as an opportunity for you, though?
I honestly feel like we're pretty good. So no, if we were slow in practice and we weren't real good, I'd be like, yeah, baby, let's rain. This is going to be my chance. But I actually feel like our Shell Pennzoil Mustang's got a lot of speed in it tonight, and we can manage this race pretty well to where I'm okay if it's dry.
All right, well, good to see you smile, and a happy Easter, too, to you and your family.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Joey.
Happy Easter.
All right, have a good race today. We'll continue live. We're in the Cup Garage. Right now, the rain lightening up a bit. 3 Fords in the top 10. Chevy on the front row, but the Toyotas have been outstanding lately, and Joe Gibbs, Toyotas in particular, have owned this place. We'll talk with him when we continue live from the scene of the race. Richmond Raceway, outstanding weather to go racing.
Awesome to see a great crowd here on hand with us today.
400 laps on this 3/4 mile.
Let's go, boys. Get it done today.
Whoa! That is amazing.
He just about wrecked us for no reason.
Now we're starting to see some racing.
And we do expect to have a pit stop or 2 or 3.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up, Joe.
Can't wait to see how these two race one another for this win. Little history there.
Alex Bowman.
Kyle Larson.
All right, baby.
Kevin Harvick wins.
Yeah, boys, great job.
Fox Sports continuing live from Richmond, Virginia. 20 races until the playoffs. 5 drivers already are locked in, and glad you're joining us on this Easter event from Richmond Raceway as Chase Elliott starting on the front row. The weather has changed a little bit. Cloudy, chance of rain, as Denny Hamlin calls this his home track. The Toyota driver with great success in the Toyota Owners 400. A chance of rain later, but planning to start things on time. Let's hit the track with our team of pit reporters, starting with Regan Smith. Regan?
Well, Chris, drivers down here getting ready to get introduced to the fans. Lots to think about tonight, Daniel Suarez. You've got possible rain tires, you've got fall off. How do you put it all together?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, the last time that we had a situation like this, it was in the All-Star race in Northwoodsboro, and we had a blast. You know, the first thing, the wet, and then it got dry. It was a lot of fun. So overall, you know, I've been pretty happy with the 99 Chevy Camaro Quaker State. So we're looking forward to have some fun and see how the race play out, because it seems like we're going to have rain for an hour, hour and a half, and then it's going to dry out. So should be fun. Let's go.
I think Bubba Wallace just gave us a sneak peek as to who Jamie's got.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace wants his turn to talk. I know his team Tennessee just lost. Get that out of the way.
You did not have to bring that up.
I know, I'm sorry. Let's talk about your good qualifying effort, though. 3 straight weeks, top 10. How happy are you to be back at Richmond, back on an oval?
I feel good, Jamie. I mean, the weather is putting a dampening on things, pun intended. So a little bit of unknown what to expect with the wet weather package here. If we can relate anything to North Wilkesboro, maybe, we'll see. But McDonald's Toyota Camry is really, really strong. It was good in practice. So just got to lock in, just get into a rhythm, and execute all night long.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Regan.
Ryan Blaney having a conversation about what's going to happen out there. Ryan, is it going to get as wild as we think?
I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. Might do the wet weather tires. I don't know. It's not raining too hard, so we'll see. I mean, it will be interesting. We tried it at Wilkesboro last year, and it was successful. So we'll see. I mean, maybe we'll throw them on here to get going. So we don't really get told much until we get out there at the car and we get rolling. So we'll see. But Menards Duracell Ford Mustang's pretty decent. Starting not too bad, but yeah, I think the weather is what everyone's kind of, you know, is looking forward to or not looking forward to. I don't know, but it'll be a wild one for sure.
All right, it's going to be wild out there, Chris.
All right, thank you, Regan and Jamie and Ryan. Boy, Toyota's heated up in the 4th race of the season, always among the best with Joe Gibbs Racing. And Joe Gibbs, the only person in both the NASCAR Hall of Fame and Pro Football Hall of Fame, and the drivers may change through the years, but JGR just keeps rolling.
Come with me now. Come with me now.
When it comes to racing on short tracks, Joe Gibbs Racing has made it their specialty. With 2 races down on tracks a mile or shorter this season, we watched JGR go to victory lane in both.
Christopher Bell wins in Phoenix. Denny Hamlin is going to win Bristol.
The early success this season isn't a coincidence, as all 4 drivers in the stable are running up front.
They're all up there leading laps. They all potentially can win a race.
Those Gibbs cars were fast today.
With a trio of vets at the top of their game and a lone youngster waiting for his shot at glory.
It's coming. It's not going to be long before that team is in victory lane with Ty Gibbs.
Tonight, Coach Gibbs and company head to Richmond, a track they have dominated through NASCAR's history.
Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Truex, Carl Edwards, gets it, wins at Richmond.
With no better place to continue success in 2024. Which of the 4 can get it done under the lights at Richmond?
And Joe Gibbs joining us live here in the Cup Garage. Happy Easter to you and the family. Boy, the years go by. Drivers change. You just keep on rolling right along. What's the secret to the Joe Gibbs success?
I think it's the people we have. And so I think these 2 guys know. It's one thing to have great drivers, which I think we have. 2 veteran guys, 2 young ones. And but really it's our people there. at the race shop. We got some guys that have been with us 25 and 30 years now, and so it's your people. It kind of makes us go.
I hear a lot about the people, but I hear about you from a lot of those people that work for you. You have these interesting dynamics of drivers. You have Denny Hamlin to Martin Truex. You have your grandson and Christopher Bell. And through the years, you've managed some of the toughest ones with Tony Stewart and Kyle Busch. How do you keep all these guys straight? Because the dynamics, it is a little bit different right now with Ty there. But how do you keep all of that straight year after year after year with your drivers?
I will say this. You hit on it. Tony Stewart, I got a lot of gray hair here. A lot of it's Tony Stewart. And then Kyle, that was a different experience.
And now Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, Denny now is growing into it. So maybe it's something about me. Maybe I'm the wrong guy to be handling this.
You make them winners. You make them winners. And I don't think you take enough credit for that, because you make all these guys win. And it's all about putting the right people in the right spots. And it's just amazing how you do that. And can you tell us how?
Well, I think really our race team started off with 17 people. Today we got a large number, 450. And it's those people that have built things over the years. But we all know this. You're not winning up here unless you have a great guy driving it. And so we've been fortunate those guys helped build our program. Tony Stewart was a big part of that. Bobby Labonte, you go all the way back to our guys that kind of came here, drove here, and helped us build things. So it's a big part of it, and you've got to have it.
Yep. Joe, you say you got to have those drivers. You got to have that championship caliber driver. How special is it after Tony Stewart, after Denny Hamlin, after Kyle Busch, a champion that he was, to have a grandson and Ty Gibbs out here in race-winning form? And we say it week in and week out. The time is coming. It's just a matter of when.
I got great grandkids. I got 8 of them. Case is having a birthday today. I got them in baseball. I got them in racing. I think Ty, honestly, he may have been born on wheels, because only time I ever remember him from 3 years old, it was a skateboard, it was a go-kart, it was something. And I think every parent out there knows what it's like to have your kid or your grandkids, trying to live their dream and having some success. And that's exactly the way I feel. Both of you have young people. We all have our kids. And so I think that's an experience that every parent knows exactly how I feel. And so it's really special, and I'm thrilled to be a part of his team.
Yeah, and you've lived the dream. I mean, you won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks, right? You won 5 Cup championships with 3 different drivers, and still rolling along here. I mean, do you think about stepping away, easing up? I mean, obviously, I remember you telling me that you had to coach football to fund your NASCAR habit.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
The biggest thrill I get every month is the first of every month trying to pay the bills.
Well, you can pay them.
So that's a thrill, okay? And so when you talk to the drivers, there's one thing about all of them, okay?
Right.
They want more of that. So we're trying to find a way to pay for everything. But honestly, we've been so fortunate to have great guys that race for us, build the program. I love this. I love the competitive part of it. We love coming to Richmond. We had a bunch of our sponsors here today. Our sport's different. You got to have great sponsors, and they're more than sponsors, they're partners, and they're going to be on that car today for 3.5 hours, which other sports you don't get that. It's a thrill for me to be a part of this. I love being a part of our team and contributing however I can.
Yeah. Well, and you've changed with the times. I mean, just like football, you've adjusted, adapted, and that's why you've been able to be successful.
Good with them sponsors, too, by the way.
Yeah. That's not what a lot of the people say.
Well,
okay?
You're a special man, and we love having you a part of this sport.
You are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Good luck tonight. A long time, and we're so great to have you here. All right, when we continue live, he's got to prepare for the race, get his drivers ready. Tom Rinaldi will sit out an amazing story of how a visit to an orphanage created a NASCAR fan who's now working in the business. A driver helped make all of that happen. And the driver introductions continue. Good start qualifying for Bubba Wallace, as he will start 5th today, looking for his first win of the year. We'll continue in a moment. Fox Sports welcomes you back live to Richmond Raceway. Kyle Larson, the pole sitter, hoping for his second win of the season. It's fun talking to him and William Byron. Byron, a two-time winner already. In fact, Byron, it's the third straight year he's become the first multiple winner of the season. That hasn't happened since Jeff Gordon some 25 years ago, back with Kevin and Clint, who raced against some of those guys that we were talking to and against some of the Joe Gibbs drivers. Let's get your thoughts overall as we get ready for the start of this race. And you want to clarify, first of all, they are wet weather tires. And will they race in the rain or not? Now, we don't have windshield wipers. We don't have rear lights on the cars.
Well, when we talked to NASCAR earlier, if it's a light mist or light rain and the spray is not too bad, as you heard us talking to Joey Logano earlier, the biggest issue is just the spray that comes from the car in front of you, and the drivers just want to be able to see. So I think as long as we keep that to a minimum, I don't think anybody's got a problem with driving on a wet track.
So, in other words, what he's saying, this mist that we have right now, I think it's perfect for that scenario. The biggest thing, my takeaway from the questions that we asked NASCAR was what is the intent to get these cars on a racetrack under green flag conditions? And that answer was yes. So, man, I'm here for it, baby.
Any driver's favor in the situation more than any other?
I think it's pretty wide open when you get to this point. I think if it was dry, Martin Truex would have been my pick.
Again, Kyle Larson, experience. Look for experience. Denny Hamlin on that list. If these wet weather conditions happen, it's going to be experience, just like we saw in Bristol.
Yeah, Truex the points leader, and he has completed every lap run this year, just like Denny Hamlin has led in every race this year, the only driver to do that.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this list, I mean, Kyle Busch could be a great pick for a long shot right there with all of his experience here.
How about your old ride? Josh Berry in that Ford car. That car looked good in practice. Look for him to march up through the field.
And Fords, could this be a breakthrough moment for them? Man, the Toyotas and the Chevys have been just, outstanding, especially Gibbs and Henry.
The Fords have to, this is like we talked earlier, this is a racetrack that Joey Logano has done really, really well. And if they don't run good tonight, it'll be a big alarm that goes off.
Well, we know wet weather tires don't have any stagger. That is an adjustment massively to the setups of these race cars. If I'm in a Ford Mustang right now, I'm looking for an opportunity somehow, some way. Good racetrack for us, but maybe this wet weather condition might be what they ordered, and it could be good for them.
Yeah, a little unknown, a little strategy. We'll watch closely. You guys have to head up to the booth to call the race with Mike Joyce. So have fun, and again, happy Easter to you and your family. As we continue here, Kyle Busch has yet to win this year, but he does have 6 wins here in Richmond, more than any active driver. He's won everywhere he's been. He even has won when he hasn't raced. And he went to a special place that made a difference with a fan of NASCAR, as Tom Rinaldi tells us, some 18 years ago.
We all have journeys that shape us. For one man on this pit crew, the journey started 18 years ago in a single moment with a young driver.
To just have one visit with a particular child, to then see the prosperity that he has and the dreams that he has, to be able to go out there and achieve some of that, makes you really feel good.
How did Kyle Busch affect your life?
Changed my whole life.
Charles Brown's journey began in 1996 in Liberia, a West African country torn by civil war.
I seen my mom struggle. There was no money, no food. There was refugees camps and all that. My father saw what was going on in the country. My dad wanted me to come up here to further my education. That was the whole reason for me to come to the United States.
In early 2006, Charles, his brother Dustin, and his father arrived in North Carolina, but the transition was hard.
Had nightmares for like 6 months straight, being there, just from stuff that happened back home, the war. So it was rough, but we'll overcome a lot of adversity in our life.
That adversity continued just months after arriving, when Charles and his brother were removed from the family home after being physically disciplined by their father.
The parenting style of African parents and American parents is totally different, right? My dad did that because my brother got in trouble. So when your kids are unsafe at home, Department of Social Services can come and get you. So that's what they did. They came and got us. I was like, now I don't know what my life's gonna be at all.
Charles and his brother were sent to live at the Church of God Children's Home, a group home for children. Not long after, a 21-year-old NASCAR driver paid a visit there, which he still remembers vividly.
I remember going to Church of God and having a pizza party. Went over there and was just to have kind of an afternoon with the kids and to be able to just take their mind off of their situation for a little bit.
I was like, okay, cool. I was like, I don't know nothing about NASCAR, but guess what? I'm about to go get the free pizza today. But I started getting curious, and I started asking questions.
Charles was the one who just kind of kept coming up and asking the questions, and I was like, this one's intrigued.
And I was just like, oh, what you do for a living? You know, how fast the car goes, just asking questions. I was intrigued. I was intrigued in the sports from the jump. From that day forward, every Sunday, I was glued to the TV, cheering for Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch driving for his life right now, pulling away for the rest of the field.
A decade after their meeting, Kyle Busch won his first Cup Series title.
The championship goes to Kyle Busch.
Yeah, you guys are awesome! Oh my God!
Just months later, Charles met Busch again at Dover to tell him he was starting his own path in NASCAR.
No problem, man. Well, I appreciate you saying something, and I'm glad it's all worked out.
I started going to Excalibur Pit School, learning. I just fell in love. After that, I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I meant to do.
Now, 8 years into his career, 18 years after meeting that young driver, Charles Brown is working for the same race team as Kyle Busch, both part of Richard Childress Racing.
Charles now, he's a B or a C team guy right now, where he works in the Truck Series, he works in the Xfinity Series, and he pits different teams in those, and he's still working his way in order to get to the top tier Cup team.
What's the goal?
Be on the 8 car in the pit, and hopefully, by the grace of God, help him win the championship. That's the goal.
I think that would be remarkable. I mean, that would just kind of show the determination and the work ethic and everything that Charles has put into wanting to live out his dream.
All right, thank you, Tom and Kyle Busch. Reminds me of that line from the movie It's a Wonderful Life. Strange, isn't it, that each man's life touches so many others? And that story touched a lot of us. Counting it down to the Toyota Owners 400 live from Richmond Raceway. A light rain falling. Opening ceremonies are straight ahead. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Let's check in with Michael Waltrip for the Easter Grid Walk. Michael.
Hey, Chris, you'll appreciate this one. You know how the Easter Bunny keeps his fur styled? Hairspray. Get it?
Oh, hairspray. That's pretty good.
He finally got it.
I liked it.
Get it, hairspray. Hey, how you doing? How's your life going these days?
Good. No hairspray here yet, so I'm okay.
Tell me about this. I mean, everybody's so excited to talk to the crew guys. This is going to be fun when it goes.
I think they must have been telling you a story. I don't see many excited faces, but I am because it's the same for everybody. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, have fun. I'm going to go talk to a few other guys. Hey, Bowman, you got a second? I come with an umbrella and a belt you can win if you win the race tonight. How you feeling about today?
Yeah, I mean, it's barely raining anymore, so I feel pretty good about that. But we had a pretty fast Ally Chevy in practice. Don't know what it's going to do on wet tires, but I think we're fixing to find out here pretty shortly.
Well, I raced in the rain in the Ferrari in Spa, Belgium, and they said, just stay offline. And I said, if you need a guy to stay offline, I'm your guy. So you're going to see some wild racing when this thing goes, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. I think we really don't know what to expect. Like, you look at North Wilkesboro, the rain tire was way faster than the dry tire was. So we might all find grip at Richmond, which has never happened in the history of Richmond, I think. But, yeah, I'm excited
it's going to get dry eventually, and I think we have a really good race car. So we'll see where we stack up.
That's cool. A little momentum for the 48 team. Have a good race tonight and keep that going. See who can find next. There's Devin, my producer. He's up there running and waving and carrying on. We found a bit of a gap in the grid. And hey, MTJ, Waltrip and the Fox team on the scene. You want to win this belt? This is a trophy for tonight.
I'd love to.
What do you think about what we're getting ready to see and feel, and how's it going to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, we've only been on these rain tires once at Wilkesboro. A lot different surface, more banking here. So I think as long as they get, most of the water off the track, it's going to be fine. And just a matter of how quick do they wear out. That's a big question.
Well, it's been a good start to the season. Have fun tonight.
Yeah, I will.
Good to see you. See who else we can find. There's the Monster Energy girls. How are y'all?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Just passing by. Austin Cindric is in town. Hey, Austin, you got a second? Where were you headed?
I was headed to the Porta-John.
I figured that's where you were. Thanks for stopping to say hello. I remember you on the rain tires in Austin, drove a straightaway away. Is this going to be the same as road racing in the rain?
Well, I was actually on slick tires when I did that. It went downhill when I put the reins on. So, not saying anything. I'm just saying that no one knows what's going to happen. Put it that way.
Well, I love what we're doing tonight, and I know all the fans are going to get to see something special with what's going on.
I hope they're going to see just a really classic, dry Richmond under the lights short track race. That's what I want.
Well, continue your journey. Yeah, we're going to go trackside here in a bit and get the party started. It's so much fun, so much energy down here. We just talked to Joey Logano. Joey, I'm throwing it trackside, and we're getting ready to go to the ceremonies and have some fun.
Okay, you do it. Good job.
Okay, trackside, it's all yours.
Please rise as you are able and remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as Goochland High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome wife of NASCAR Hall of Famer Bobby Labonte, Kristen Labonte.
Father, thank you for bringing us together here at Richmond Raceway on this amazing Easter Sunday. Help us live every day in your grace and your glory, and let you guide our journeys here at the track and beyond. May we all believe in the happiness and the hope of Christ. Today, Lord, we pray for a good day for the drivers and the teams, the officials, and the glorious fans. Let the truth of your word show us the way, and let your joy fill all our hearts. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome four-time Grammy Award-winning artist Michael Tate.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Counting it out of the start of the Toyota Owners 400. The sky's clearing. They're hoping to start the race soon. Just delayed a bit, but we're live here. Denny Hamlin will join us in a moment.
This is the make or break moment.
Oh my goodness!
Not just for the day, but for the years to come. This is where a race isn't just about the race. It's about the doors it can open.
That kid is amazing.
The number of fans wearing your number. This is the chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
If Virginia is for lovers, then Richmond is where racing lovers flock. In the heart of the roaring engines and the pulsating vibrations of the crowd.
I spent a lifetime working for you.
Drivers and fans alike unite in an intimate dance around the track. Rejoicing in their shared love of motorsports. The sweetness of Strawberry Hill draws enthusiasts like bees to honey. Sure, sometimes you get stung.
He's going to hit the wall. My goodness.
Freaking 11.
But its allure is worth the gamble.
He wins the Richmond Raceway.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
So sit tight, grab someone you love, and hold on.
Love is in the air.
I love this racetrack. Green flag, we're underway.
Because Richmond is for racing lovers.
In all the wrong places.
Denny Hamlin loves this place. 4 wins here as a kid. We go to races here, and he's joining us now live in the Cup Garage. There's some moisture on the track, and they're drying it out. Remember when I said they were going to go up to the booth to call the race? They decided to hang around when they knew Denny Hamlin was going to show up so we could chat a bit. Can you give us an update on what they're telling drivers at this moment?
Sure. Hold.
Okay.
I believe, we don't have any wipers on the car, so I don't think that they want rain happening. I think that they don't mind it being damp. I think Kevin we were off camera, he's like, I think they're probably looking at a Wilkesboro thing where it's somewhat wet, somewhat dry. That'd be probably the ideal condition.
So did your windshield wiper actually work good enough to wipe the window?
I couldn't tell you. I never turned it on before.
I never turned mine on either. So I don't know why they're worried about the windshield wiper, but what do you think the biggest thing that will happen if they drop the green flag right now? Do you think you're going to run in the groove, out of the groove? What's your plan?
I see, these stripes on the track. You certainly don't want to be anywhere near paint.
Right.
So you're going to want to run like a slot car in one lane.
Yeah.
Not want to cross over multiple lanes. You certainly aren't going to want to be near the yellow line on the bottom. I think you probably have 70% of the field that knows they have no shot of winning in the dry.
Yes.
Like, fire these things up. Let's go right now.
Opportunity.
Right. It's a huge opportunity for them. And then you'll have others where it's like, okay, let's just not tear my stuff up here in the wet. That way when it gets to finally dry, we can actually see what we really
Where
got.
do you ride in that?
I think I'm in the 30 percentile.
All right, well, apparently we just got it up. You saw the covers. You have to go to your car.
Hey, good luck out there, bud.
Thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it.
Giddy up. Let's go.
Welcome to the 70% category.
Have a good race today, Denny. Always good seeing you, especially here in Richmond. All right, we'll continue live, updating the race as we continue for the Toyota Owners 400. We are going to race, and it's real soon, sooner than we thought.
Back here in the Race Day studios, you just heard Chris Myers let Denny Hamlin know that they're calling drivers to those race cars. You saw the covers coming off the race cars. We are starting with wet weather tires because there still is a little precipitation out there in Richmond. Shannon, Larry, and Jamie. Denny talked about some of the challenges that you guys will face, the drivers will face when they get out there, right? Not being on the paint, watching out for where the rubber is. Walk me through what you think we're going to see when this goes green.
Well, your number one goal for all of them is survive until it dries out, because we know that it is going to dry out in the next 30 minutes or so. It'll be interesting. He mentioned the paint of the hash marks, the stripes in the middle of the track. You want to stay off those. You're going to try to stay off the rubber. But when this will get really interesting, Shannon, is when it starts to dry out. The drier line will be quicker, but how long can you run in the dry line before the wet weather tire wears completely out? So there'll be this kind of cat and mouse game of, do I want to move up and run in like the wet area where the tires will last a little longer, or do I go down a little bit lower where it's starting to dry out and I can run a quicker lap time? So those drivers are going to have to balance that.
We have just under 2 minutes before we do fire engines out there at Richmond. As a crew chief, what are some of your priorities before this race starts?
Well, my concern, though, is exactly what he said, because the wet weather tire is a softer, grippier tire. It's going to wear
quicker. And because it's a treaded tire, you don't have as much rubber on the track, so that enhances the wear. So that's a big concern right there. One thing that NASCAR did allow these teams to do, because you do want to make adjustments based on the wet weather tire, is they let them make adjustments. And if and when we do go back to the dry slicks, they will let them undo those adjustments. This is something we talked about. North Wilkesboro. This, I'm positive in saying this will be the first time we have run the wet weather tires in a Cup Series race at a points event, when you've got stages and stage points and all these other things that are so valuable to these drivers and these teams.
I feel like everyone's been really calm when we talk to the drivers. We've asked them about this, and they don't seem to have a lot of issues with jumping in. We did hear the word unknown, so do you believe them?
Yeah, and a lot of the guys ran them last year at North Wilkesboro. They also have done a lot of testing that we don't talk about a lot in here, so there's a lot of experience, and the tire has more grip than everyone expected. I think most guys have experienced the slicks when it starts to rain and it's undrivable, but these actually have pretty good grip. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for all these guys.
I think Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano hit the nail on the head. My concern would be making sure my driver has good vision, because once again, no wipers on these cars. The spray could be an issue.
Could be good for Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott, who are starting right up front. Because you don't have those cars in front of you. We're getting closer. We're going to go down right now trackside for Command to start engines. First night race of the season, and we got a little wet weather, ladies and gentlemen.
Richmond Raceway, this is the moment you have all been waiting for. Are you ready to get this NASCAR Cup Series Toyota Owners 400 started? Here to give the command to fire engines, please welcome tonight's Toyota Owners 400 Community Heroes representing Special Olympics Virginia. The proud owner of a 2022 Toyota RAV4, Izzy Nelson, and her uncle, Special Olympics athlete Brian Beck.
Drivers, start your engines!
Yeah, we got 400 laps around this 3/4-mile track. After the break, Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick, Clint Bowyer on the call. Happy Easter, everyone.
It's been said, Virginia is for lovers. But here in Richmond, there is no love lost.
Lead them to green at Richmond.
Respect is earned at this raceway.
Crash
every time. What the man?
And nothing is given. It's Cup Series racing right here on Fox.
Welcome back to the Toyota Owners 400 from Richmond on Fox. There's about a 40-minute hole in the clouds here, so taking advantage of a little bit of sunshine, what's left of it, and a track that is almost dry and ready to go. Let's dial up our pole sitter.
All right. Hey, Kyle Larson, it's Bowyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, man, they call these tires wet weather. This is wet weather conditions. You're on the pole. You're going to be the first one to the corner. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I don't really know. You know, I'm trying to have enough confidence where I don't get swarmed into one, but then I'm also trying to manage the confidence and not go in there and blast it in and crash. So I don't really know what to expect. I don't think any of us do, but everybody will be judging off of my entry, I feel like. So we'll see. Hopefully I just can do it right. I'm just going to try and go off a feel, so we'll see here.
Is this exciting for you? I mean, we watch you race sprint cars, late models, everything. Indy cars coming in May. Is this exciting?
Yeah, this is exciting. I hope it stays wet for a while, as long as my car's good. Just because it would be similar to like Bristol, you know, where we're all trying to like learn at the same time. That's fun as a driver to see who can adapt the quickest, and you know, I feel like our team does a good job of that. So we'll see here. It seems as the sky's getting clearer, so I don't know how long it'll stay wet, but either way, it's going to be fun here for a little while.
Well, nobody finds the grip better than you, man. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Nighttime on the way here at Richmond. A bit of Beautiful sky there amidst all the clouds. So here's a look at tonight's Toyota Owners 400 starting grid. Kyle Larson on the pole for the second year in a row. His Hendrick Chevy teammate Chase Elliott alongside with his best start in over a year.
Row 2 is Ross Chastain, who finished third in this race last year, and 2021 Richmond winner Alex Bowman.
Row 3, Bubba Wallace led 80 laps at Richmond last July, and Todd Gilliland on his outside. Best career start position at a short track.
Row number 4, Martin Truex Jr., a 3-time Richmond winner, all those wins coming since 2019. And Ty Gibbs, currently on a 5-race top 10 streak. They're both in Joe Gibbs Toyotas.
Row 5 is Austin Cindric for the second week is the best qualifying Ford, and Joey Logano, 2-time Richmond winner.
Here's Jamie Little.
And Joey Logano is making his 550th career start tonight, and oh, how he hopes it is a memorable one. It has been a tough start to this season for Joey Logano. Only one top 10 finish. I talked to him earlier today, and he said he feels like this race here at Richmond tonight is his best opportunity for a win so far this year. He loves short track racing. As Kevin mentioned, he's a 2-time winner here. And by the way, they had a good qualifying effort. He will roll off 10th. Joey Logano looking for a good night tonight, Regan.
Well, Jamie, if there's such a thing as home field advantage in NASCAR, that is exactly what Denny Hamlin, who's from nearby Chesterfield, Virginia, has at Richmond. 4 wins, 18 top 5s, and over 2,200 laps led at this racetrack. Success is expected when the 11 car comes to Richmond. That is no different tonight, no matter what the conditions are. Crew Chief Chris Gabehart told me practice went well yesterday, and if it does get into a situation where strategies come into play, that is where this team excels. Look for Denny, who starts 11th, to be very good tonight.
Thanks, Regan. Just finishing up a bit of track drying at the entrance to pit road, and they've released the field behind the safety car, and they're on their way. So we're going night racing, and that means glowing rotors and flaming exhausts. Here's a closer look with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
And Mike, it is so fun when we're under the lights, especially at a short track, when the driver jumps out of that throttle and we see those flames come out the exhaust pipe. Let's go to our Toyota Camry virtual car and let's show you exactly what's happening. First, we're going to go inside the cockpit of the car. You'll see the pedals there, the throttle pedal. The driver does the best job he can to keep that throttle down on the straightaway, but he has to roll completely out in the corners, sometimes jumping off the throttle. Let's go under the hood, the throttle body. That's what feeds the air to the engine. Watch the butterflies. Butterflies open, throttle full open. Butterflies closed. The fuel injectors are feeding no fuel to the intake when the butterflies are closed. But even though there's no fuel being fed, there's still residual fuel in that manifold. It starts hunting heat and oxygen. That in turn is what causes those flames out the exhaust pipe, guys.
Makes for a show.
Well, I want to see flames quick, Clint. I'm really excited for this because I'm not driving. But I love what Kyle Larson said in his pre-race interview with the unknown. And I think a guy like Kyle Larson, and there's a lot of guys like that in this field, love that thrill.
There's the Toyota Camry XSE that leads the field. All new for 2025. And in showrooms soon. 400 laps here on the 3/4 mile Richmond Raceway tonight. 3 stages, of course. 70, 160, and 170 laps to finish it off. The fuel window, well, that may not be of much consequence. Everybody's talking tires. They have 9 sets of new Goodyear slicks, or 8 sets new, plus the 1 set of scuffed carryovers for qualifying. But here they also have 4 sets of the Goodyear treaded, don't call them rain, call them wet weather tires. NASCAR says they won't have these cars racing in a full rainstorm, but if the track is wet, they will mandate putting those tires on. All the cars will come down in a non-competitive pit stop, put on the wet weather tires, and they will run them under the green flag.
Kevin, let's peel back some layers on these tires. All right, wet weather tires. We saw this one other time on a circle track at Wilkesboro last year. You were in that car. We ran the heat races in wet weather conditions almost identical to here. What are some of the challenges, not only as a driver finding the grip level, but the teams? Only 4 sets of these things.
Well, that's the unknown. We don't really know what they're going to wear like when the track starts to dry out. That's going to be when the tires start to get eaten up. And as a driver, you got to take care of those tires. But the stagger, there's no stagger in these tires. So these drivers and crew chiefs all had the option to make what they would call qualifying impound adjustments on their car before they were able to go out on these wet weather tires to loosen the car up. Basically, you got to free the car up a certain amount in order to make that less staggered turn through the corners. So when this track starts to dry out, you have to be able to say, okay, how tight do I need to be? Because you have to go, because these rain tires will actually run faster than the slick tires when the track starts to dry out.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be very surprised on the speed, the grip level that these cars have. We saw it in Wilkesboro. The wear is going to be there, but you're talking, when you say less stagger, it's 1 1/8 inches, Larry told us, less stagger. That is a bunch. That's going to make all these cars extremely tighter, and they're made the adjustments. You said that. But I think some wear issues are going to come into play right here. You might see cars falling back and cars being able to drive up through the field that maybe couldn't have done that under normal conditions.
Well, now let's talk about track surface. This track, the asphalt, has been here for a number of years, and down at the bottom of the corners, it's fairly well polished from all these cars running across it, where if you get up toward the wall in the corners where nobody runs when it's dry, the asphalt has a lot of tooth in it. And when the track's wet up there, it may have more grip.
It may, and you're going to see these drivers move all around. But the one thing I will warn you of, all those paint stripes on the racetrack, stay off of those, Mike. They're slick when they're wet.
Denny Hamlin told us that just a minute ago.
And the other thing is, there's this big ground patch going into turn 1 that I don't think any of us know how slick it's going to be. If you need to drive straight over it, can you turn down into the corner, how slick the start-finish line is going to be. And these paint stripes all the way around the track. So these drivers are going to be hunting for grip. They're going to be feeling things out. How fast can they go?
Now here's why we have not started the race. They are still using the jet dryers to dry pit road. The NASCAR track drying system, blowing air at the bottom of the track to just move that water up and away. Those vehicles have stopped and parked. All that's left are these 5 jet dryers that it looks like they're going to leave pit road here and head for home.
Well, that's the tricky part of this whole scenario. As the track dries, pit road is still going to be wet, and we have to protect our pit crew members on pit road, because if we do have to come in and get into the pit boxes, we don't want the drivers being competitive trying to gain an advantage and slide through the pit box and wipe a bunch of pit crew guys out and hurt them. So non-competitive pit stops while we're in the wet conditions, and when NASCAR deems that pit road is ready to be competitive, they will let everybody know.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, remember, pit road speed is 40 miles per hour, and the way they factor that is the size of the tire, the gearing, the miles per hour. These tires are a different size to a small degree than the slick tires. They just told Ross Chastain on your digital dash, go to page 9, because the stagger, the rollout on the wet tires is a little bit different. So page 9 will correct for the speeds on pit road for you.
Page 9, Larry? Boy, when I was racing, I only had 1 page. Track recall.
All right, here's what Ty Gibbs has to say about the condition of the racetrack.
NASCAR is curious what you think about the track. Wet and all.
Yeah, let's go race it.
Yes! I agree, Ty Gibbs.
I love young drivers.
What did you tell me a little bit ago about this scenario? You didn't really like it, did you?
Well, I would love to watch it, but I was really nervous about everything that was happening at North Wilkesboro when we went through this condition, but it was really fun. And I had a lot more confidence in the wet weather tires after we got done at North Wilkesboro. I think every driver here saw that and wants to see what's going to happen here with a full damp racetrack.
So at Wilkesboro, in that heat race when the track was quite wet, they ran these wet weather tires. Daniel Suarez won it. The race was very competitive, and the lap times were faster than in the second heat when the track was drier.
There's going to be one group that drives really quick, but when that group drives really quick and gains speed with those tires, the tires are going to wear out really quick. So we got to take care of those tires. We only have 4 sets.
Here's a look at what happened on All-Star Weekend at North Wilkesboro last year.
Yeah, North Wilkesboro had a very worn-out surface, and we were all nervous going into the race. But this is why we're here right now with this condition to say, okay, we can do this. because we had that heat race where the track started damp. Nobody really knew what the wet weather tires were going to do in race conditions. We've tested it a few times with some sprinklers and things like that. They had a wet weather test a few months ago at Bristol in case it rained there, and here we are. So I think everybody's in a good position to go out and try this.
Very important that this works. I mean, think of the time. This literally could make the difference in this event happening tonight here for us on Fox and not. This is a big moment in our sport, something we haven't seen yet under points conditions.
Now, NASCAR has the option to start this race under a green-yellow condition. That means we're counting laps, but we're not racing. And that is an option. They have chosen not to do that. They want to get the track as dry and as ready as possible. They've done that, and they're going to get one to go when they come around.
Oh, man.
I think these things are going to wear. When I look at this condition, you see it right there in Keselowski's onboard. The track is somewhat dry. Obviously, you don't see any kind of dry surface bleeding through yet, but I think this is going to be hard on these tires.
It's
and
wet.
I feel like it's going to wear them, and that's going to play in somebody's hand,
yes,
not another.
But I like what Kevin said. You're going to need to try to find grip when it's wet, and when that groove starts to dry, you're going to need to get away from there and try to preserve those tires. Boy, that's two different.
I think you're going to see what you haven't seen at Richmond. I think you're going to see the start of this thing 3, maybe even 4 wide.
It's going to be wild.
All right, it's the Toyota Owners 400. So the honorary starter is Brandon Cheatham. There he is, proud owner of a 2008 Toyota FJ Cruiser. Here's Bubba Wallace's radio.
All right, team. Let's get to this first part like we talked about. Let's settle in, lock in, and execute all night. See you at the end of the thing. Yeah, bye. We're with you.
Damp track, wet weather tires. What will we see for 400 laps in Richmond? Let's find out. Green flag.
You can see them all just going into that corner, feeling it out, then going.
Larson did not baby it in there. Elliott right to his outside. Wants the lead, takes it.
3, 4 wide back there.
Well, now you're seeing these drivers learn every lap. Okay, this back corner had this much grip. Now we're going to go to the next corner, push it a little bit harder, and we saw guys all the way up against the wall. And the best thing that I see right now is a very limited amount of spray, which is vision is everything that everybody was worried about.
They're completely all over this racetrack from the top to the bottom, Kevin. I think visibility is some of that reason, too. Don't get in front of that guy. Don't get in his wake.
Third place, Bowman Gilliland up from 6th to challenge and take 3rd.
Chase Elliott found the grip on that outside. Took the lead from Kyle Larson. This is a big weekend for Chase Elliott. I haven't seen him leading the field much lately. Here he is, Chase Elliott in his 9 car. How about you, Elliott fans?
This is the highest he has started in a cup race in over a year.
You've seen straddle in that paint that you were talking about, Kevin.
Yeah, and you see Kyle Larson feeling his way around. We don't expect him to take it easy, and that I think he was definitely in the hardest position to start this race, being the pole sitter, but he's definitely right on Chase's tail.
They are almost scraping the wall in turn 2 in the middle and back of the pack as everybody looks for grip, and there's going to be some up top there where you don't usually run, where the track is dry.
Well, and somebody's going to figure out a groove that really works and start making some time, and those spotters are going to call down to their drivers and say, hey, so-and-so is 2 grooves up, and right now you see Kyle Larson on the outside of Chase Elliott. Every lap, every corner is a learning experience.
This reminds me of a dirt race, and you heard me say that to him on that radio. His background, Kevin, in a dirt racing, moving around, finding the grip, that plays right into his wheelhouse with the 5 car.
Larson back to the lead. Tyler Reddick is one of those up scraping the wall looking for grip.
Another dirt racer.
Yep.
Knows how to move around and find that grip that works for him.
Third place changes hands again. Bowman to the inside of Gilliland. Bowman back to third. Justin Haley has gained 10 positions now. Josh Berry, Chase Briscoe, 9 each. Daniel Suarez, 8.
Well, 2 of those 4, Haley and Briscoe, dirt racers again. Finding that comfort level with the grip, moving around on this racetrack.
There you see Ty Gibbs all the way up in that top lane.
This is fantastic. I've never seen cars all over the racetrack at Richmond like this.
Yeah, and this is going to change the whole complexion of what happens later in this race. If it rains a little bit more, I think everybody knows now the spray wasn't too bad. So if it does start sprinkling a little bit, we'll have all the standing water knocked off the racetrack. But if it dries, that's really where it's going to change things.
Going in at 3, Bubba Wallace dropped underneath Ross Chastain, took a spot, and then took another one headed for turn number 1 on Todd Gilliland. Gilliland comes fighting back on the outside.
Okay, we talked about who is moving up. Haley, Berry, Briscoe, Suarez, as you said, Mike. Who's off the pace? Kyle Busch in his 8 car. Hocevar down. Keselowski's down 4 positions.
Well, Brad Keselowski is one of those drivers that we thought would be one of the favorites, and like you say, he's going backwards. He's probably a lot like me, not real comfortable in the rain conditions.
Well, Kevin, you told me, it goes back to that Sager conversation. Maybe overcompensated, freed the car up too much.
Very possible, and that's the other thing that we're all going to learn as we go through this run is what's the fall off, what's the lap time, are they going to get better or worse, are the tires wearing out, what's it going to be?
Elliott has dropped to 3rd. Bowman is 2nd. Elliott comes back for 2nd with Bubba Wallace closing in.
Yeah, we see Todd Gilliland right behind him in 4th place on the outside of Bubba Wallace. Great qualifying effort by Todd.
What a great start to this 400-lapper.
Well, I was really nervous going into that, Mike, of what was going to happen in turn 1, that it could just go sideways in a big hurry. But, man, these guys did a great job, and that was awesome.
So were they.
Yeah.
You heard that in Kyle Larson's voice. You don't get that very often with that boy.
13 laps complete. Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott have traded the lead back and forth. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Well, happy Easter, everybody. 18 laps complete. Hope you had a great day with family and get to enjoy this race tonight. We get started just a little late, but we've had 18 green flag laps so far. Kyle Larson has led most of them. Now, before the race, we were able to sit in on the team meeting for Kyle Busch's team.
All right, guys, welcome to Richmond. Obviously, we got some weather in the area tonight, so it'll kind of be up in the air how that goes. They're allowing us to put our wet tires on right now. It sounds like they would possibly go green, kind of similar to what we did at North Wilkesboro last year if there's not a big downpour or a bunch of standing water on the track. They'll have to kind of make that call as they go. So could potentially start on wet weather tires. We don't really know yet. Just kind of up in the air. So be ready for that. Let's go have a great weekend. All right.
Kyle Busch rolled off 15th tonight. Spent a lot of time up in that high groove. There is Bubba Wallace taking 2nd from Alex Bowman and setting sights on leader Kyle Larson. Now the track is drying while pit road is still quite damp. Pit crew members are out in their pit stall with squeegees and leaf blowers trying to get those stalls dried out.
Business is picking up. It's getting faster. You're saying it's drying out. That's exactly what the lap times are showing. Fastest lap early in the race was 23:87. Now 22 laps in, we're in the 90s, right close to that, Kevin.
Well, now is when it's going to start getting interesting because the lap times are really fast. We knew the rain tires would have a lot of grip, but as we see that track starting to lighten up on the bottom of the racetrack and get drier, that's when it starts to become really hard on those tires, and you're going to start seeing a lot of people start to wear that right front tire out.
Bubba Wallace has the Xfinity fastest lap of the race so far over leader Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin, who's currently 10th after starting 11th, and Ryan Preece. Regan.
Mike, you see Bubba Wallace up to the second position right now. The talk through the garage earlier today was how much to adjust for the wet weather tires if that happens. Crew Chief Booty Barker, one of the guys that told me, I'm not going to adjust very much at all. They were very good in practice. He said, I don't want to mess up a good car. I'm going to leave my car alone. It's working right now. Jamie?
And Regan, his teammate Tyler Reddick back in 14th, up 5 spots since the start of the race. Talked to him before he got in. He said he had a brake issue in practice and qualifying, and that's why he qualified so poorly. He said every time he races here with this car, there's brake shake, and there's nothing they can do it about it. So he's working his way forward. Felt like if he can get through the pack, he's going to have a fast car, and we're seeing it.
25 laps complete. NASCAR has told the teams that there will be a competition caution at lap 30.
Well, that's just because of the lack of experience that we all have on the wet weather tires, and I think that's a good call by NASCAR just to give everybody a chance to look at the tires and say, okay, we think we can go this far. And at North Wilkesboro, it was very, very dry when we were in these conditions before, and we didn't really know what to do to the car. So they just need to look at the tires and understand what we're dealing with.
And NASCAR has told the teams that they will be putting slick tires on at the competition caution, that this will be declared a dry race. You don't have the option of running one or the other. NASCAR either mandates it's wet weather conditions or it's dry conditions, and we're going to move from wet to dry on this caution coming up.
Well, it's certainly dry and fast. I mean, there's no question about that. You can see it right there in the preferred groove on the bottom. Actually, the bottom 2 grooves right there, you can see light gray coming through pretty good.
Now, because pit road is still wet, these will be non-competitive pit stops, meaning that if teams make their normal stop and adjustments and exit pit road with the rest of the group, they will retake the positions they had when they came onto pit road, and that's all done for the safety of the pit crews.
Yeah, and this is going to be where it gets really interesting, Clint, because it's kind of dry, and we're going to put slick tires on. It's dry at the bottom, but it's kind of dry in that second groove, so this will get interesting.
Chastain coming up, knocking on the door. Those Hendrick drivers running side by side, looking to pounce on both of them.
Battle for third. And there's the caution. Whew. Take a breath and we'll take a break. We got 30 laps in to the Toyota Owners 400 in Richmond on wet weather tires, and now we will switch to dries. Welcome back to the Toyota Owners 400 on Fox. We're under the competition caution that flew at lap 30. Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, more driven. Down to pit road, Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Denny Hamlin has been singing the praises of his pit crew this season, and for great reason, especially a couple weeks ago when they won on the last short track race at Bristol. So let's meet team number 11.
I'm AJ Rosini. I'm the front tire changer. Formerly an IndyCar tire changer for 2.5 years. Now I'm in the Cup Series with 7 wins.
Devin Euchre, rear tire changer. Started pitting cars at 18, and now I pit for the best driver in NASCAR.
Happy Easter. My name is Dylan Dowell. I am the tire carrier. I am a former Cup champion, Xfinity champion, and Daytona 500 champion.
Joël Alexandre Balou-Boignon, Jackman, former Green Bay Packer running back. My first language was French.
Kenneth Purcell, fueler. 20 years on pit road with over 50 wins and a 4-time consecutive champion with Jimmy Johnson.
They'll do. They'll be just fine.
Yeah, how's your French?
Very qualified.
You know French?
Terrible French, but how about a Green Bay linebacker? That is awesome. Shows you the men that those guys are.
A proud bunch, and rightfully so. Chris Gabehart, of course, the crew chief up on the box, running things for Denny Hamlin. And here's a look at his career. 20 wins as crew chief. He's been with Denny since 2017. Won the 2019 Daytona 500. Now, pit road is not yet open because NASCAR has elected to bring the jet dryers down pit road to try to dry that area of the track a little more. And while the cars are circulating, we listened in to race leader Kyle Larson.
Did a great job.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, that was fun. I I think it's ready for slicks, though, for sure.
You know, I'm debating how far we go back to what a normal slick car setup would be, so I'm going to make the best educated guess. We'll see how it goes.
I think that's a decision.
It really is, and when you have to free the car up, it's tough to get back to where you need to be.
All right, drying pit road at lap 34 in Richmond. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers and by Credit One Bank. A look at NASCAR's most recent Easter Sunday winners as they finish up drying pit road, which should open here in the next lap or two. 39 complete, 31 to go in stage one.
Well, I think that opens up a lot of doors for us as we go forward in the future. Great job by NASCAR getting this race started. Spray was a perfect amount when we started this race. It got our track to a racing condition a lot faster. Absolutely. And I think the next time we have these rain situations, we know that we can go in exactly what we did, probably a little wetter.
Now we're going to have non-competitive pit stops for this first round of stops. Cars will line up when they come back on track in the order in which they entered pit road, unless they have an abnormally long stop. But pit road is going to be key to this race, as it turned out to be key last Sunday at Circuit of the Americas. First, you have to get on pit road. That's not easy here.
Well, this is a tough racetrack. You see that orange box right there, and Tyler Reddick was practicing.
You have to have all four underneath that. That is a foul. You're going to come back and serve a pass through for that.
And once you're on it, you have some hot spots on this pit road.
Well, you have the curved corners, and coming out of the curves and going into the curves, and in section 9 there you have the start-finish line, or a section that's a little bit shorter that reads a little bit different on the speed. So
which means speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. Which one is it? Very challenging.
It gets very, very confusing as a driver, and you have to have very good markers to know where you need to go up in speed and where you need to go down in speed.
Pit penalties last year, 11 in this race, 7 in the summer race, as pit road is now open. Larry, in addition to changing to the slick tires, what kind of adjustments can they make in this changeover?
Yeah, it'll be some of the same adjustments they made to go with the wet weather tires. They can adjust the blades on the front rear sway bar, how stiff or soft they are. They can adjust each of the shocks. You've got adjustments on the 2 rear shocks, the front shocks. That's probably the 2 biggest things, Mike, that they'll be adjusting, which is what they adjusted when they put those wet weather tires on.
We saw some of those right sides coming off there. It looks like Truex right front was chewed up a little bit more than your race leader Kyle Larson, but I think they still had plenty of life in them. That one looks good.
All right, here's Bubba Wallace's radio.
Timmy, when we usually, like Wilkesboro and some other places, when we go to the slicks, it's a massive change. You're going to think something is broke until it settles back in. Yep, good reminder there.
Absolutely.
Booty Barker, Bubba's crew chief, with a bit of advice there. All right, we'll get everybody lined up in the same positions they were in when pit road was open and get back to green. 40 laps complete in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. All right, ready to try this again. 43 laps complete, but now Goodyear slick tires on these cars for the first time tonight, and they have doubled everybody up, but we're going to run at least one more lap of caution here. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
Paul Wolf, the crew chief for Joey Logano, just came off the pit box. What's your impression of those wet weather tires and how they looked when you took them off?
Yeah, I mean, ours didn't look terrible. I mean, you saw a few guys, our teammates there got really tight and fell off, so I wasn't sure what they were going to look like. We just don't have a lot of experience, right, doing this. And, you know, we made some adjustments to start the race, kind of anticipating what it would drive like with those tires. Seemed like we were reasonable. We're able to kind of hold our track fish and gain a few, and now we'll see what we're like when we get back on the slicks here.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Paul Wolf, a former driver in the Busch North Series, then came to Team Penske as crew chief for Joey Logano since 2020. 2 Cup championships and an Xfinity Series championship. Regan on tires.
Well, Mike, just for a reference, you look at the right front tire that just came off of Denny Hamlin's car. This tire looks pretty good. The outer edge just a little bit worn on the front edges of this tire. As a comparison, this is what the new tires looks like. Not too bad for the first go of it here at Richmond.
Not bad at all. Now NASCAR under caution. They're going to pick up the pace here, run a couple of laps just to make sure everybody is up to speed on running on slick tires here, with the track still, I'd say, not 100% dry, but nearly there. Next Sunday on Fox, week 2 of the United Football League. The Houston Roughnecks take on the DC Defenders. Spring just got stronger when the hard-hitting action continues. Next Sunday at 4 Eastern on Fox.
Yeah, for me, guys, this was always the part that I was never comfortable with on slick tires, when you have the light gray color on the bottom of the racetrack and you have the somewhat still looks wet from the second groove up.
And if you look right there on the inside groove, it's the light gray where it's dry. That outside, like you said, not so much. I think I want to start on the bottom, Kevin.
Well, I would agree with you on that. And really down the front straightaway, it's only dry up next to the wall, and on the back straightaway up next to the wall. Really, everything else still looks wet to me, but that was never the case, Clint. Once the slick tires got the heat in them, it always seemed like it gripped okay, even if it looked like it was still somewhat darker.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, we saw these adjustments, and a lot of them had to do with wedge adjustments. Paul Wolf talked to Jamie Little about adjustments, and with that zero stagger, with the left and right side tires being the same size, the car didn't want to turn. So they know now they've got an 1 1/8 difference. The car's going to want to turn on its own. Everybody I saw, including Paul Wolf, they put wedge in the car, which is what that will tighten that car up. They've adjusted for this additional stagger.
Thanks, Larry. The Toyota Camry XSE leads the field out of turn number 2. Lights are out on the roof. We'll get the green flag next time by. Want to brag on Josh Berry, who started back in 30th and gained 15 positions, up to 15th at the time of the caution. And Justin Haley started 36th, took the caution flag 16 spots higher in 20th. Great run in the first green flag run here tonight. Let's get back to green.
Well, and that's what I was talking about, Clint. You see Bubba Wallace up on the outside right there. It may look a little bit wet, but see him try to keep Kyle Larson pinned down as much as possible, because he knows above that line is going to be slicker than he probably wants it to be.
Sure is. Kyle Larson just barely holding on to that bottom, putting the pressure on him. He's definitely holding him down tight, door to door.
And all of these guys are same thing as when they were in the rain. Every corner is a learning corner of how much grip there is, how dry it is, what can I do, how hard can I roll the center, how far can I drive it in. So you got to learn every corner.
Well, I can tell you how much, about a second faster already.
Well, and the other thing that goes with that is just the way that these tires feel. The rain tires are going to feel like the car moves around a lot more with the way that the tire is built, and these slick tires are going to feel much stiffer.
Look at these two leaders, neither one willing to give. Each one wants the benefit of clean air that comes from being out front, and they are still almost welded together side by side.
Okay, hard to be that Kyle Larson on the inside, especially as tight as he's holding him on the entrance of the corner. It's exactly what Bubba's supposed to do. But Kevin, you've told us before, loose in is a hard thing, very challenging for this racetrack, and with that car on your outside, makes you loose.
This next gen car is not as sensitive to that as the old car was, but the thing that I noticed, Clint, is Kyle Larson is having to go down the bottom of the straightaway where it's wetter getting into the corner than it is on the outside, and Bubba fights the opposite in the corners, with the wet part being the second groove up. Wetter. It's not wet, it's drying.
Doesn't give any room for error. No margin for error when a car is that tight on your outside. That's great racing. Bubba Wallace's cars are extremely fast.
Well, now we're dealing with a racetrack that's been cleaned off by these rain tires, doesn't have a lot of rubber on it, and we're going to have to put the rubber back on the racetrack. So, and still dealing with drying conditions. So what's going to happen right here as we see Josh Berry underneath William Byron, now you're going to go through all these different scenarios with your car. Is my car tight? Is it loose? And it's going to change as the track dries completely and starts to rubber up.
Berry up to 13th, continuing to move forward. Daniel Suarez underneath Chris Buescher. That's for 9th place.
Yeah, you said Josh Berry up from 30th. That is a fantastic effort out of that Ford car. You told me Rodney Childers said that car was fast. Seems to be on point.
Well, the other thing that we don't really know what we're dealing with as we watch Josh Berry continue to go forward is what this racetrack is going to be like at night. We've never raced this next-gen car here in complete night conditions, let alone starting in the wet.
Well, one thing it did do is make these cars faster. Larson just 2 laps ago ran faster than he did for his pole effort yesterday.
Martin Truex up 3 spots since the restart with his success at Richmond. Martin is tonight's guaranteed fit, sponsored by eBay Motors. Winner of 3 of the last 9 here and finishing top 10 in 9 of the last 10. Martin Truex headed for the front in 4th.
Well, this is a Martin Truex style of racetrack. I think with the tire wear and the fall off as this race goes, you know, Martin will just keep himself in contention and grind away as we go through the night.
Buescher and Berry continue to fight it out. This time it's for 12th. Ryan Preece, Daniel Suarez have gotten past both of them.
I am so impressed with this 4 car. Josh Berry driving straight to the front. There's another one. Passing a guy like Chris Buescher. Man, he's laying some lap times down, sorry.
Chris Buescher, previous winner here. We expect him to run well tonight. Another guy we expect to run well tonight are both of these guys, actually. Chase Elliott needs a good run. Joey Logano needs a good run. And we have pinned this as a very important night for Joey Logano. We know this is a great racetrack for him. They've had great results, and we need to see this Ford run faster. And if they don't do that here, we know we've got big problems as we go forward. But so far, so good for Joey.
Todd Gilliland, the leading Ford, in 5th. Logano is 6th.
Here, Joey shifting down the back straightaway, back to downshifting right on the bottom of the racetrack.
1 top 10 finish in 6 starts. Average of 23rd.
Yeah, you know, they've qualified well. They've put themselves in position to have great starting spots and track position at the beginning of the races. But aside from Daytona and Atlanta, when the green flags have dropped everywhere else, it has just been go backwards.
We're inside the 10 to go in this stage, coming up on 8 to go here. Man, it's going fast.
Well, there's been a lot that's happened in this first stage, Clint.
Kyle Busch back in 27th, running right about where he restarted. The Rebel Bourbon on board.
Yeah, Kyle is struggling with the handling in his race car. Wasn't good in the wet weather and not very good in the dry either. Continues to go back.
Oh, Berry into Suarez.
How about this? Is he going to?
Almost saved it. Almost.
Wow.
Good spot back around. Good spot back around.
Caution a wave at lap 64.
That could be your stage end. Pretty close. Man, Berry, obviously not ideal here, but he is on fire, on a roll. You can see him lift out of the gas. He's pretty high up on the corner. This unfortunately got in the back of him.
Battling for 9th and so close to a save there for Suarez.
He fought that thing all the way through turns 1 and 2. Yeah, and that's a really vulnerable spot right there. As you turn in the corner, you're just so light on your feet, and you see the 4 car get into the back of the 99. spin him out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Suarez, he was another car that had been marching up through the field pretty well. He's starting from the back. He won't be happy with that.
Well, the thing he will be happy with, Clint, is he doesn't have a crashed race car.
No.
All right.
He's very frustrated right now.
Here's what's going to happen. NASCAR says we're going to ride this caution to the end of the stage, Clint, as you said.
Yeah.
And then the end of stage pit stops will be non-competitive stops, again, because pit road is still wet. Josh Berry finished second here, subbing for Chase Elliott last year. And here's some audio from the 4.
I don't know. He just kept on coming down the track.
He makes the decision to cut me off in the hill.
It's all good.
Started 30th, folks, all the way up to 9th.
All right, we're going to run out these caution laps to the end of stage 1, which will be won by Kyle Larson. So we'll step aside. Josh Berry, Daniel Suarez, contact, bringing out the second caution flag of the night. Saturday on FS1, witness one of the greatest lineups of all time. Powered by 3 MVPs, Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. The Dodgers take on Cody Bellinger and the Cubs. Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on FS1. So NASCAR's called an audible. They are running the track drying equipment, the jet dryers, down pit road once again. When they are complete with that task, they will make a decision whether or not this round of pit stops will be competitive. And they'll make that call and let all the teams know before they open pit road, of course.
Well, I know one thing, Mike. We need to get this pit road dry because we need the competitive pit stops. NASCAR's done a great job in managing all this, but the longer the breaks get for all these things happening, the worse the arguments get up here in the booth. And I apologize to you, but Clint and I have spent the last 5 minutes arguing about our fantasy teams.
Well, I think you're in trouble, Kevin.
Here we go. Stage in. Just hold on.
Kyle Larson gets his 3rd stage win of 2024 and his first at Richmond. Well, let's check out some of the drivers who've been hot this season. William Byron, first driver to win 2. Christopher Bell, 3 top 3 finishes. Best average finish, Ty Gibbs tops that list once again. And Denny Hamlin is the only driver to lead in every race. All right, fellas, how many of those, including Martin Truex Jr., the point racer, a point leader, are on your fantasy teams this week?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to go to the one that's not on there, on the list or my fantasy team, and it's Bubba Wallace in his 23 car. That car is fast. Didn't see that yesterday. Didn't have him on my list, and it was a mistake, folks. Bubba Wallace, extremely good.
Yeah, he's not on mine either. And last week William Byron caught us off guard, right? We were sold on the Toyotas and what they were doing on the road courses, and Bubba Wallace is just out there doing what he does.
You know, and I heard you say William Byron. I look up and like, heck, he's still not even in the top 10. This is a car that is on everybody's list, has to be. Last week's winner, only multiple winner of this season so far, still yet to crack the top 10.
Well, this is a finicky racetrack, and with the conditions that we talked about it earlier. We've been here before. You come to the first race and you're like, oh man, we ran really good. You come back to second race, let's just put the same setup back in that car. You get lapped. And so this is just a really finicky racetrack from temperature, from tires, from whatever those conditions are. It can change quickly.
And that's exactly what happened to Kyle Larson here last year. He won the spring race, won it going away, came back in the fall.
Went a lap down.
Couldn't find his way around the track. Why? What happened? What changed?
I mean, that takes me clear back to Brian Patty. 2012 came here extremely fast. Come back the next time. Terrible. Brian, what did you do? Listen to me real quick. It is the same car and the same setup, so I don't want to hear it, Clint. Just track changes, man, conditions. And this night race, by the way, is a big part of that. They practiced and qualified yesterday. We've already seen laps that were faster than what they ran yesterday. very challenging to pinpoint the grip level in this racetrack for the teams.
All right, waiting on NASCAR to make a call here whether or not these will be competitive pit stops, which would be everybody's preference if pit road is dry enough. And we will have competitive pit stops, and let's introduce you to Chase Elliott's crew before they go to work.
Nick Odell, front tire changer. I've been in the sport for 22 years as a tire changer, and I have over 150 wins in NASCAR's top 3 series.
Chad Averett, rear tire changer. 18 years in the sport, 2020 champion, father to the 2 coolest little dudes I know, Connor and Colton.
Jared Erspamer, carrier. From Omaha, Nebraska. Been with Chase since he's at Junior Motorsports.
TJ Simke, Jackman. 2020 Cup Series champion. 2021 Mechanics Wear, most valuable pit crew.
John Giannotto, gas man, been with Chase Elliott since his rookie campaign. Guinness World Book record fueler for most vehicles refueled in an hour.
Alan Gustafson from Ormond Beach, Florida is the crew chief. 38 wins. Championship with Chase Elliott. Began as crew chief with Kyle Busch back in 2005. Let's have a look at pit crew rankings this year. Average 4 tire stop time, dominated by the top teams, and note Chase Briscoe's team up there in 3rd spot amongst all of the Penske, Hendrick, and Gibbs teams.
Well, we make a big deal out of this because it is a big deal. You got to have good pit stops. You got to do everything right on pit road if you're going to win these races.
All right, competitive pit stops for the first time tonight. Kyle Larson leads him onto pit road. Here's Jamie.
And Joey Logano has made up 5 positions since the start of the race. Just a little bit tight center. He wants some help with that as his team goes to work. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Pretty happy overall. Has a little bit of brake shake, but overall he's happy with the balance of the 19, Regan.
Chase Elliott, we just met his team a moment ago. His car right now is surprisingly lazy with the front. That means the front tires aren't working as good as he wants to through the middle. And the 5 car of your leader, Kyle Larson, the entry is okay for him. The middle is too tight.
Larson leads him off pit road. Chase Elliott up 2 positions. Chastain, Barry, Preece each gained a spot. Tough stop for Todd Gilliland, -4. Getting ready for stage 2. Kyle Larson, your stage 1 winner. Also first off pit road. So here are the points earned in stage 1. Wallace, Bowman, Truex, Logano, Gilliland, Elliott, Chastain, Berry, and Preece. One to go.
I look at that and I see Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels and his team have done a great job with rain tires and slick tires and keeping that car up front and qualifying on a pole. And Kyle Larson, yeah, he's him.
Everybody wants to be him.
Yeah, you're right. I wish I could go that fast all the time in anything I drove.
Well, you were pretty good at it, Kev.
Well, come on. They asked him the other day about his reaction to having the new short track package under the car. He goes, "Oh,
I forgot.
I forgot about that."
Yeah.
It doesn't even
get
matter.
in the car, drive.
And by
win.
the way, have you ever seen me drive dirt?
Actually, it was pretty bad. I was your owner.
Yeah, it was terrible.
All right, stage 2. Larson Wallace back to green.
Oh, Bubba Wallace got loose on the throttle. Gets back to his outside though.
Yeah, we saw this last time, Clint. We saw Bubba Wallace be right on the side of Kyle Larson. I think Kyle Larson has a little better idea of where the grip level is this time, but Bubba Wallace fights back on the outside. And think better of it and go to the bottom.
Maybe a crossover, almost there.
Well, I think you got to be really careful about using up your tires on the restarts. We're back to dry racetrack. And this racetrack is going to settle in, and we're going to see a typical Richmond race as we get 2.5, 3 grooves that we see dry in the corners right there. But these restarts can be tough on the tires.
Well, and that was always the balance for me. To be good here, you need to be good on the long run. What's that mean? You need to be loose and free on the short run. Barry continued to impress. All the way from the trunk, 30th to 6th, folks.
the good news about Josh Berry's car is handling really good and going to the front, and it's very bright with that Sunny D logo on it. You can spot that thing from anywhere, but he's having a great night. That's what these guys needed, was to put a night like this together, and Josh Berry just one of those short track racers, and this is right in his wheelhouse.
Now, I don't want to jinx this, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but a lot of times I didn't want to be too good on a short run because that meant I'm going to pay the price on a long run. Not saying that that's the case with the 4 whatsoever, but it does make me look over my shoulder a little bit when I see a car that's fast this early into a run.
Well, yesterday in practice, the long run was actually where he stuck out, and the short run was not. They didn't qualify well and had to go out early in qualifying, but the long run was their strength, so we'll just have to see how this plays out.
Byron and Reddick, this is for 15th.
Well, we know that Reddick has struggled a little bit at this particular racetrack, and we expect Byron to be in the front all the time, but this is one of those nights that William Byron looks like they're going to have to, he and Rudy Fugle are going to have to work on making that car better and in order to get it to the front of the pack.
Well, certainly clean up the mistakes. See Berry picking off another one, Bowman to 4th place. But another one I saw back there as well was Christopher Bell. He's finally gotten pointed in the right direction, liking what he sees out of his race car, making some moves.
Bell with the Toyota owners. Cam
needing these 2 teammates in front of him, Priest, Gregson, to get it sorted out. Get it sorted out, boys. Get back single file so I can try to make a move on you.
Bell restarted 15th. He's up to 12th.
And this is exactly what we thought we were going to see when we started this race with the damp conditions, and knowing that we were going to go through some damp conditions into drying conditions into dry conditions, and we were going to see a lot of movers and goers as we went through the first part of this race. And the other thing that's going to happen is that groove moves up. It's going to be clean, Clint, and that outside of that racetrack is going to have some grip, but it's also going to tear up the tires.
Joey Logano coming back after Bowman got into the corner even with him, but Bowman pulls away in the backstretch.
Joey was telling me he was excited, telling us, excuse me, in pre-race, excited about this race tonight, excited about his race car, needing a big turnaround, keeps slowly but surely marching back up through the points.
Well, both of these guys, Alex Bowman and Joey Logano, previous winners here. Joey Logano consistently winning races and running up front here, so good night for them.
Now the flip side on the Penske squad is the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Jamie back in 28th place.
Yeah, Mike, and he started this race in 12th. I just checked in with the team, and they said basically he just burned up his rain tires and lost all that track position.
Tough stop. They got blocked in trying to leave. A number of drivers with issues on pit road, but here's a look at that. Byron tries to exit. Oh, can't get there. Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, and these cars are really tough to turn on pit road. They don't turn very sharp. It just the turning radius when you're going slow is definitely not good. It makes it hard to get in and out of the pit stalls.
Deep breaths, okay. Deep breaths, long ways to go. Yeah, it's important. I can't get around them. Like, I'm blocked out with the wheel and spun the tires. Yeah, well, you gotta get slow. Even we gotta give it up. It's gonna be easier than backing up. So slow down, coming in, stop on the sign.
And that's tough here because the pit boxes are short. There's a lot of cars still on the lead lap, and what they're telling him is you got to stop shorter because you know that he's going to come around you and be in his pit stall when you go to leave. So you got to leave yourself angled, go slower in the pit box, stop further back in the pit stocks, and be angled to be able to get out of the pit box because you know the car is not going to turn that sharp.
Set yourself up for the exit.
That's right. Give up a little on entry, get the car positioned correctly, and it'll save us time in the long run.
.94 laps complete. Kyle Larson has been out in front for all but 6 of them in the early going here at Richmond. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Goodyear. Discover the possibilities. Goodyear, more driven. And by Verizon Frontline, built for 5G, built for first responders. 101 laps complete. We continue under green. Kyle Larson continuing to lead. He has never lost here after leading at least 50 laps. 2 for 2. He's been out in front for 96 of them so far.
I am so impressed with Josh Berry. This Ford car, just what an impressive run so far. You can almost feel the pressure coming off of that driver inside that car. Rodney Childress and company on the box. Man, they needed this. This is what they longed for.
How about Joey Logano going after Bubba Wallace for 4th?
There we go. We see the rotors glowing on Bubba Wallace's car. Those are always some of the things that I love about Richmond, being able to see those rotors glow and the flames coming out of the pipes.
Tells me that car's not rolling the middle. He's having to drag the brake a little bit longer. Probably he's tight. Starting to march the wrong direction, back to 5th from 2nd.
And you saw that left front tire sidewall as he touched the apron. That tells me he's also tight, trying to use that apron to help him turn in 3 and 4.
Now Martin Truex 2 seconds off the lead, and his lap times within a 10th of Larson's, as are Berry's and Logano's.
Well, who's going to challenge Larson? You said it. His stats are good here, but so are that boys right there. If anybody can contend, it can be that Gibbs bunch with Martin Truex Jr. behind the wheel.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, y'all were talking about the rotors glowing on the 23 car. A lot of the Toyotas, when we were on the wet weather tires, were complaining about brake shake, and that means they probably were not getting enough heat in them. They had them cut their fans off. I think the spotter, or Booty Barker, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, just noticed the rotors glowing, said make sure your brake cooling fans are on.
Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, and Richmond is one of the racetracks, and especially in this next-gen car, where the brakes would actually be too cold. And when they get too cold and you push on them and then they get hot going into the corners, they cool off too much down this long front straightaway. So always a very tricky balance on what the brake temperature would be. But when the wheel starts shaking here from brake shake, it literally will take the wheel out of your hand. It jerks so hard.
Here's a look at your Toyota top performers. Truex and Wallace in the top 5, Bell in the top 10.
Well, we've got a different tire than what we raced here last year. Goodyear brought a little more tread on the tire, the tire that we ran at Phoenix, and a lot less fall off here at night than what we saw during the day, Clint.
And you're going to see more. You're definitely going to see more, and with that, you're going to see cars starting to fade back, like we touched on with Bubba Wallace, and cars marching to the front. Look down through the list: Bell, Christopher Bell. Byron really hasn't came up very far, but Keselowski, Reddick, Chastain, some of those names, Buscher, keep an eye on those guys heading forward.
A couple of the 5 Fords in the top 12 right now, with Buscher taking the spot. Gilliland had a rough pit stop, dropped 4 spots. That's why he is back in 11th after having a great qualifying effort. Kyle Busch looking back at Ryan Preece, just inside the top 20.
Yeah, we heard Kyle talking on the radio earlier. He was not happy with his car. He wanted major adjustments to his car. See the Rebel Bourbon onboard camera there with Kyle Busch.
Stenhouse and Hocevar. This is back at 25th, about 17 seconds off the lead, and Blaney right with them. I'd say half the times I looked up and saw Stenhouse's car in this race so far tonight, it's been on the outside of somebody else, making passes.
Yeah, and typically Ricky is one of those cars that usually finds that outside groove to work it before everybody else.
Whoa.
Oh, you see him not. Either he got loose right there or he's not happy with him.
And a little of this, I saw him down there in the pits. He had to back up. It was blocked in just like Byron. So he lost some spots on pit road, but this is a good racetrack for Ricky Stenhouse. He likes Richmond, and the things that you're talking about, his maneuverability and ability to be able to run that outside and do crossovers and things like that, make him pass, a lot of cars here.
100, 14 laps complete. Kyle Larson leading Martin Truex by 1.9 seconds. Welcome back to the Toyota Owners 400 on Fox. 121 laps complete. You're watching our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Well, time to start thinking about a revised pit stop strategy after starting this race on wet weather tires.
Well, they're pitting. They're definitely coming down to pit road. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, the first two. Here comes some more. Looks like Preece.
Well, we had heard him talking on the radio a little bit
about Josh Berry, your third place car.
Yep. About being scared of that pit road being wet, and sometimes that's the deceiving part that we talk about, being not as slick as what you think it would be looking wet. Regan?
Well, the 4-car Josh Berry getting ready to hit pit road and come to the service of his team, as you see right there. Right now, he's a little bit tight in traffic, good in clean air. They started to get ready about 2 laps ago and then quickly call him down pit road.
Kyle Busch, Preece, Gallo, and more. Jamie.
See the 54, and Martin Truex Jr. just comes to a stop in his box. He had just told the team, I fired off good, and guys, I'm still happy. This car is good. They had a good feeling about it, and Mike, all 3 of his wins at Richmond came under the lights.
More takers. Lots more on pit road.
Well, I'll tell you who's not. So we had Truex Jr. on pit road. Your leader, Kyle Larson, is still out there.
Long stop for Austin Dillon. Ross Chastain is in. Noah Gragson.
I think you're going to see a split strategy here. Some 2 stop this stage, some 1.
Hocevar in.
Well, once one car gets on the pit road, if you're going to go on this strategy to pit in the middle of the stage, you have to come with them, or you just lose too much time and don't gain the benefit of the new tires to take off and gain the lap time.
Larry, what do you do if you're the leader, Kyle Larson?
Yeah, what they may be doing, we'll watch him here for about 3 more laps. They may split this exactly into thirds, which is basically about 50 laps a run. I watched Chris Gabehart with Denny Hamlin in the July race do the same thing. That way he gets a little bit of advantage on the top side with the fresher tires. But if you're going to go it on 1 stop, he's going to have to go about another 20-something laps.
Christopher Bell is in. Regan.
Mike Christopher Bell doing a nice job moving up through the field right now. He's a little bit too tight in traffic, but told his crew chief Adam Stevens, if we get clean air at some point, I think it's going to be right where it needs to be. He's fast right now.
Corey LaJoie comes to pit road along with Chase Elliott. That leaves just 11 cars on the racetrack who have not stopped.
So here's the hardest part about what Kyle Larson has to do right now, guys. He has to get out of the way of all the cars that are going so much faster. So what happens is sometimes it slows down big chunks of lap time. So that's the thing that Kyle Larson doesn't want to do right now, is give up a big chunk of lap time with those faster cars.
Jamie.
And Joey Logano in his pit box now took off tight, building free as they run a 4-tire stop here, scheduled pit stop for the 22.
Austin Cindric is in. Logano's Penske teammate, and that'll leave 9 drivers on the track who have not been on pit road since lap 74, led by Kyle Larson.
Well, I'm thinking this 5 car is going to stay out.
Yeah, and he had a lead, right, Clint? So he had a little something to lean on. His lap times were faster than the second half of the field, but he had a little bit of a lead to give up that gap.
Well, I think the fall off, right, and the speeds that they were running is what brought them to this. Got some 5 radio right here.
Ryan Blaney in. That completes the Penske stops.
Well, that's certainly what affords them the opportunity to be able to do this, right? The pace that you hear Clay Fleming is talking about, still likes what he sees, but where does your pace start going backwards? Exactly what you said, Kevin. It's always a determining factor at Richmond is how much time you lose with these cars. Time it well when these cars on tires pass you.
There's Martin Truex on fresh tires. Now, he was 0.6 of a second behind Larson when the cycle started. Ricky Stenhouse in and out. That leaves 7 cars on the racetrack.
But that's just by yourself. It's the time that you lose with these cars passing you. You see him right there.
Lost another 3 tenths.
Exactly. Look at the time that he lost right there. 3 tenths. Sometimes it can be as much as a second. Have to be very careful in the timing in these cars passing you.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace in that 23 car running second. They told him 2 laps ago, give me 19 more. So he will split this stage in half, doing a one-stop race, 75 laps or one-stop stage, 75 and then 75.
Wow. Well, now these cars passing Kyle Larson are not for position. They are unlapping themselves after making green flag stops.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, man. Well, getting into turn 3 and you have all these different speeds of all the cars. Bubba Wallace kind of holding that group up with all these guys coming through. But getting into 3, you have that crown in the racetrack and it's flat right there and it's really easy to lock up that left front tire. But thing I want to talk about, Clint, and we saw this the opposite with Martin Truex when he got behind Kyle Larson. He lost a bunch of time and couldn't go anywhere. And it works both ways with the slow cars and the fast cars. All depends on how you catch that traffic.
Well, I think it's important. I mean, obviously, you see it on the pylon there, but Larson's not the only one in this. Bubba Wallace, we just covered it. His teammate Bowman, Gilliland, Suarez, Truex. The first car is actually on the other strategy.
So 7 cars have not made this stop. Larson, Wallace, Bowman, Gilliland, the first 4, plus Suarez and Haley, 6th and 7th, and Ty Dillon 1 lap down.
And sometimes you do all this strategy and you come back out on a racetrack, the guy who only pits once and the guy who pit twice, they wind up just right in the same spot. So you never know where it's all going to fall until it all plays out.
Well, you'd have known if that caution would have came out right there with Hocevar into the side of Burton. That would have been big.
All right, before that group pits, we will step away with Kyle Larson leading Bubba Wallace by 5 seconds after 138 laps at Richmond. Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series moves over to FS1. We're in Martinsville for door-to-door action on the half-mile paperclip. Pre-race 2 Eastern. Green flag at 3 on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. 144 laps in the books, and Larson has increased his lead over Bubba Wallace by a second, but he is losing a lot of valuable time to the drivers who stopped back at lap 123, 124.
He is, and Bubba lost a lot the lap before. It all depends on, like we were talking earlier. See, he's getting out of the way. His angle's off, getting in the corner. So it's all about minimizing the time lost. Bubba Wallace, I think, has had a couple bigger chunks of time with the way that traffic has cycled out with the cars that he's been around and trying to get out of the way and sometimes getting run into.
Absolutely. I mean, the pace is already 1 second difference between tires and not. Then you could get held up to another second. That's 2 seconds gain. Way too much time. Have to be careful. Time those passes.
And for me, I always wanted to be on the Martin Truex Jr. strategy. Put the tires on my car and just let me be on offense, go forward. I hated when they would put me out there and leave me on the other strategy and I'm in the way. I just felt like I lost more time and it definitely wasn't as much fun.
Well, from here, in this vantage point, being a fan, I love it. I love both aspects of that. The strategy game, see how it plays out.
5th place, Josh Berry. On newer tires, Todd Gilliland has not made his green flag stop yet. He's 6th. But Truex made his stop, got back on the lead lap. So did Josh Berry, Logano, Bell, Buscher, Keselowski. 1 lap down. First car 1 lap down is Keselowski. There's your Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam on board Joey Logano. Looking ahead at Todd Gilliland. Chevy in positions 1 and 3. Toyota 2nd and 4th. Fords 4 through 7, with 4 of them in the top 10.
On board with Brad Keselowski and the BuildSubmarines.com in-car camera. Brad's somebody that we thought would be right in the middle of everything that we did here tonight based on how he performed here last year.
Yeah, I think he's holding suit to that for sure. Brad Keselowski marched right up through the field.
Yeah, and he started deep in the field, only ran 1 lap in qualifying, and that came back. Here comes Larson, pit road.
Suarez and Larson in for their green flag stop. And Bubba Wallace will take over the lead. Here's Regan.
Like Kyle Larson's been very quiet on the radio, hasn't said a word this entire run, but has been getting coached up the entire time by Cliff Daniels on where he needed to be lap time wise. They continue to tell him, you're doing exactly what you need to do. He was managing lap time as he ran. Jamie.
And Todd Gilliland having a great night. Started 6th, his second best of the year. Tight through the center, free off, but he kept it in the top 5 for most of this race, Regan.
Bubba Wallace this run has been too free into the corners, too tight center. We saw him lose a few spots early on, and that was his biggest complaint.
Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland have made their stop, so only Alex Bowman is on the racetrack, and here he comes to pit road, having not been there since lap 74. He and Justin Haley. Martin Truex Jr. cycles back to the lead. Now, when all this started, he was 0.6 of a second back. Truex was to Kyle Larson when pit stops began.
Well, now it's going to flop. Now Martin Truex is going to be running slower, and Larson is going to run this run out, what we believe, all the way to the end. And we see Alex Bowman on pit road with pit crew hopping around with some trouble.
Regan.
Well, you guys saw it right there, a little bit of trouble with the right rear. The Jackman actually had to go back to the other side. That'll cost him some time for Alex Bowman.
Justin Haley, the final car to pit in this green flag sequence.
Well, you said it'll flop, Kevin. I heard you were talking about Larson and Truex right there. Will for now. The problem is we've got 75 to go in this stage. It's going to be a while before we figure out which one of these scenarios work the best. And those two cars are going to be able to show it. That's where you're going to see it. Who played the cards right?
So Larry tells us it won't be but 15 or 20 laps from now when that group that broke this stage into thirds will be back to pit road, and then we'll see how it cycles out for the run to the end of the stage.
That's one thing I love about Richmond. You have all these different pit strategies, and a lot of it sometimes flops because of how your car is handling and things that happen on the racetrack. Tonight we started in the rain. You can push your slick tires a little bit further with the strategy and have an extra set at the end. So it's all playing out.
Larry, we saw that Chris Gabehart, the 11 car, changed that strategy a couple years ago, won this race, and really kind of changed Richmond from then on.
Yeah, he actually did a 1 stop in one stage and 2 stops in the other, and that kind of started the trend going.
So Martin Truex Jr. in front of Josh Berry, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, and Chris Buescher, all of whom were on pit road between lap 123 and 127. Gilliland with a little bit of a scrape there prior to his pit stop.
Saturday on FS1. There's never been a lineup like this. 3 MVPs.
Oh my goodness!
4 Silver Sluggers. And more All-Stars than you can count.
You gotta be kidding me!
Led by Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman. The Dodgers take their show on the road to Wrigley, where Cody Bellinger and the Cubs await. Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on FS1.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank and by Toyota. Let's go places. 165 laps complete. Martin Truex, your leader, by 6 seconds over Josh Berry. They'll still have a pit stop to make before the end of this stage. Here's a bit of Fox Radio remix, beginning with Alex Bowman.
Straight and smooth here. Those launches are good. No clue where these tires are going. Just take care of your stuff.
Just remember, it'll be a massive change in grip level between those tires that came off and these. They're a lot harder.
Just remember, with these tires, you're probably going to feel like you've got quite a bit less grip than those rains.
So the first 6 drivers have a pit stop to make coming up in the not too distant future. Kyle Larson, who's on that 1-stop strategy for stage 2, he is in 7th place. And only Bubba Wallace back in 16th, now 1 lap down on that same strategy. Everybody else still has a pit stop coming, and that will jumble the field here before we get to the end of stage 2 at 230 laps.
Well, there's a lot to that, where they came in before the pit and where they're currently running. So it's definitely a cycle of strategies and everything to go through as to which strategy you're on. But we know one thing: this 5 car is fast, and he could probably be on either strategy.
Well, I think that's the key. Just don't beat yourself, right? Don't put yourself in a situation where it can, take that out of our control. But I think that the pace is there. Certainly, Cliff Daniels thought the pace was there. Caution. Tell you what's there is a caution.
Caution at lap 170, and this is the 3rd caution of the night. And Kyle Busch bounced off the wall. We're waiting on word from NASCAR, but that may be the reason for the caution.
Way up out of the groove, you see him heading on. Man, it's almost like a brake issue or maybe a right front down, Kevin.
Yeah, the car definitely went straight.
Not a right front.
Oh, it's definitely not down.
Well, it was one thing's for sure. The day wasn't going very good, and the night is getting worse. Kyle Larson, or excuse me, Kyle Busch.
Now, Bubba Wallace had just passed Martin Truex to get back on the lead lap. And we'll see who ends up being the free pass car.
6-time winner here at Richmond. I know he's frustrated.
Eric Jones is the free pass. First car 1 lap down.
Yeah, and that didn't work out well for Kyle Larson with where this caution fell. He's running 6th right now. See Eric Jones, he'll be your free pass. Kyle Larson running 6th on his strategy, and all those guys who had already pitted before him and run, Kyle was going to keep running, and they were going to have to pit again. Now they've jumped him, and now they're all going to pit together because Kyle's going to have to pit with them.
That's exactly right. Not exactly what Cliff Daniels needed on this one-stop strategy he had going on.
And you just never know. You never know when those cautions are going to fall, and you just have to pick a strategy, and that's crew chief Cliff Daniels right there. And the way that this works with the amount of people that you can bring, the crew chief usually has to do something, or one of the engineers, and Cliff Daniels on it.
Well, I'll tell you, that is how intense he is as a crew chief, but he knows how important his pit stop is. You can get him done on pit road, easier than you can do it on the racetrack.
Jamie.
Joey Logano comes in from 3rd, having a great night so far. Little tight center, turns fine on throttle, gets loose off throttle. Air pressure adjustment in 4th. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr., only driver I've heard tonight who has been happy start to finish, Regan.
The 4-car Josh Berry took off way too tight on that green flag after that green flag pit stop, but it got better as he ran. He liked it at the end. The 20 car of Christopher Bell is loose in and loose off of the corners. He wants an adjustment for that.
Yeah, and that's not abnormal. That's not abnormal to hear the comments from Josh Berry to talk about taking off tight.
Was there contact with Bubba Wallace right here as Truex tried to leave?
Somebody's got to give.
Yep.
Didn't get to it in the pre-race, but let me tell you, Richmond has always had a great fan base. These people know how to do it. A lot of tailgating on this Easter weekend, a lot of families. That's what I like to see. Kids out here having fun, people of all ages. Richmond, a good racetrack to come tailgate. Tailgate Kings, folks. We have the best fans in the business in NASCAR. There's a Chastain fan for you. Do you have one of those watermelon hats, Kevin? I didn't think
I don't.
Do you have a watermelon backpack?
It's not.
I didn't think so.
Not my color. There we go. That's much better. Busch Light. Did you see any of those Busch Lights out there?
I thought you gave that sport up too. Actually, I did see a lot of Busch Lights.
I bet you did.
I saw a few cold ones, and man, it looked tasty.
All right, so there's the Ford Performance Cam on board Noah Gragson. He's up to 12th place.
SHR's having a good night. They needed one.
Yeah, the 4's been good with Josh Berry. Noah's been just right in there grinding.
Well, can Kyle Larson pass some cars here? Get back up through him and put the pressure on Truex. Logano, man, talk about that.
Exactly what they needed, Clint. And this is when you come to a racetrack that you expect to run good and you perform like that, it's instant confidence.
You were talking about Christopher Bell. He's part of the show now. Got back up through him. He's established in the top 5, running 4th.
Yeah, that's the
20
highest,
car might have
highest he's been all night. All right, penalties. Ty Gibbs and Ryan Preece, too fast entering pit road, while the 51 of Justin Haley's crew was over the wall too soon, so they will restart out back. Ready to go back to green. Truex, Logano, Berry, and Bell.
All right, you see Martin Truex with a huge jump on the restart right there. This is a Ryan Blaney up
way up out of the groove.
Oh, still getting hit.
He's trying to get back down. Man, it's been a long go for Ryan Blaney so far.
Now, a number of drivers did not pit on that caution to get back onto the lead lap. They include Bowman, Gilliland, Ty Dillon, Stenhouse, Burton, and Suarez.
I think Bowman was the one that didn't need that caution the most. Really hurt him. Had a good car running in the top 5. Untimely caution bit him.
Well, we're going to see how good this 5 car is, Clint, being able to come through traffic and make passes. And so far, if he can get by Christopher Bell, I think he wants to do this as early as possible to not lose touch with the leaders.
Denny Hamlin with the thank you Toyota owners cam there with teammate Christopher Bell.
Christopher Bell cut Kyle Larson some slack right there. He was coming up the racetrack and lifted for him.
See Denny Hamlin, you're riding around inside of Christopher Bell. Haven't heard much of him.
Imagine that.
Welcome to the show, hometown guy.
You hear that slow roll out of the throttle with Christopher Bell, and then that's probably coming from the engine shop. Hey, let's not sit on this rev limiter down the back straightaway on new tires, and you hear him roll out of the gas to stay out of the rev limiter.
Watch Ryan Blaney here. Let's see what happened to him. He is still way on the outside and toward the back of the pack. Ooh, got a little contact from Austin Cindric.
I think it started at Bubba Wallace. Saw the flames coming out, hit his pipes, caught him off guard way early, getting into the corner, lifted and just stacked him up behind him. Got ran over.
Well, let's hear what Bubba had to say.
Don't you love it? She loves trying something different. Still don't matter. Story of our life. Yeah. It's all right, you got mad speed. We're in good shape. Oh, no doubt. You're still going to be the bad guy on Monday. Always.
Yeah, and what Bubba's talking about, he's just giving Booty some grief about his strategy and it not working out. But you know what? That you just don't know when the cautions are going to fall. You just have no idea. And the crew chief says, okay, this is what looks to be the best from a time standpoint. And when we punch the numbers in, this is how we're going to make the most ground. But
well, history.
Yeah.
You go back and look at history, all those guys, that has such a big way in that decision. And we all know, well, 9 times out of 10, you got long green flag runs.
The other history that we don't know about is this night race, right?
Absolutely.
The pace is faster, and there's just things that are happening different. So they're still learning on the fly what the right strategy is with these lap times.
15th place, Ross Chastain against Eric Jones, who just got the free pass. Eric has this Racing to Read program, and out here in the fan zone, he read an Easter Bunny book to the kids this afternoon.
Been doing that for quite a few years. That's a good attaboy for him, making a lot of difference in a lot of children's lives. Pretty cool. Make your old teacher happy, right?
That's right.
Should be proud.
She'd have been proud if you'd read anything.
That's a good dig, Kevin. Did they have books when you were them glasses working? Is that why you have readers?
Well, they just used to. We had typewriters and all kinds of different things.
Typewriters.
Things get a little feisty here. Austin Dillon up there with Michael McDowell. Ryan Blaney trying to work his way back up through on the low side now.
Man, did you see the right front rotor glowing on that Ryan Blaney car? Wow.
Mired back in traffic.
Look at that, Clint.
And a lap down.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Definitely not the night that we thought we would have out of Ryan Blaney. He's been carrying the banner for Ford with the speed and the things on the racetrack, and tonight has definitely not been a great night for him.
188 complete. Martin Truex Jr. up 1 second on Josh Berry as we take you, Fox, side by side.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Did you see that? Hear that? Feel that? Is this how you prove you earn the crown?
Winning is in his DNA.
How you shut up the haters?
I love it.
Handle the heat?
Who's going to make the move?
It's gonna be a must-win.
Is this a shooting star? Rock star? Superstar? Okay. Let's all take a deep breath. Because once we peel out, there's no looking back. You ready?
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Saturday on FS1. There's never been a lineup like this. 3 MVPs.
Oh my goodness!
4 Silver Sluggers. And more All-Stars than you can count.
You gotta be kidding me!
Led by Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman. The Dodgers take their show on the road to Wrigley, where Cody Bellinger and the Cubs await. Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on FS1.
It's the fastest, most unpredictable speedway on earth.
The big one is back. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's serves up more deliciousness for just $10.99 than you'll find anywhere else. I mean, have y'all seen those fast food prices lately? It's like even they want you to come to Chili's. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
194 laps complete. Martin Truex now 1.2 ahead of Josh Berry, the only driver in the top 5 who does not yet have a Richmond win. Berry running right where he was where he finished a year ago, subbing for Chase Elliott. How about an Easter basket full of Crank It Up for this Sunday night? Halfway. in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond on an Easter Sunday night. Martin Truex 1.4 ahead of Josh Berry. Logano Larson 3.4 seconds back, and as we documented before the pit stops began under green, Truex was 0.6 of a second behind Kyle Larson under green, and of course the caution flag for Kyle Busch negated all of that. 30 laps to go in stage 2. Here's your Progressive race summary. Martin Truex, one of 5 leaders so far. Larson out front for 144. Truex now has led for 50 laps, second most. 10 lead changes, 23 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Larson, the stage 1 winner, currently 3 seconds out of the lead in 4th.
Riding with actually the cause of the caution, last caution we had, Kyle Busch, which was exactly what he needed. Had a lot of cars that were a lap down when that caution came out. He was still on the lead lap. Was the caution put him, he probably gained 12 spots. Flip side of that, Alex Bowman, he was one of the good cars running up front in the top 5. Got pinned a lap down, clear back in 19th place right now.
Regan?
You guys just showed the 8 of Kyle Busch a moment ago there. A lot of optimism for them coming into the race. Felt like that car was going to be very good. Right now the report from Kyle, though, he's so tight. He is chattering the right front tire through the corner. Not too happy with it at the moment.
Yeah, we've heard Kyle talk about how tight his car is all night. And that is definitely one thing that was challenging for these teams as they practice in the middle of the day, Clint, running their first race at night in this next-gen car. So some guys have hit it better than others, and obviously this car of Kyle Busch, they started off the race way too tight, so they missed it a little bit.
And you hear him say chattering. They literally, you scrub that tire too much. In other words, it's too tight, the car's sliding. When that tire slides too much, it eventually gets into a chatter, and that's exactly what it feels like. Not a good feeling at all, is it?
No, and when it's chattering like that, and that's not abnormal for here and Loudon and some of these flatter racetracks for the chatter to happen in the middle of the corner, but it's definitely not the way that you're going to win the race.
23 to go in stage 2. We'll step away for a Fox side-by-side.
When I was your age, we never had anything like this.
What, Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi that works all over the house, even the basement.
The basement? So I can finally throw that party and invite Shannon Barnes.
Dreams do come true. Xfinity gives you reliable Wi-Fi with wall-to-wall coverage on all your devices, even when everyone is online.
Maybe we'll even get married one day.
I wonder what I'll be doing.
Probably still living here with Mom and Dad.
Fast, reliable speeds right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network.
Did you see that? Hear that? Feel that? Is this how you prove you earn the crown?
Winning is in his DNA.
How you shut up the haters?
I love it.
Handle the heat?
Who's going to make the move?
It's going to be a must-win.
Is this a shooting star? Rock star? Superstar? Okay. Let's all take a deep breath. Because once we peel out, there's no looking back. You ready?
There are real people. There is real suffering at the heart of this story.
I said, oh my God, this is raped.
How could these people be killed by their own children?
Brace for impact as the baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time. Listen to this place. All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8/7 Central on Fox.
This is the make or break moment. The chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
17 to go in stage 2. Now, some of the drivers who stayed out on that last caution are now falling a lap down, like Ricky Stenhouse, Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland, and Daniel Suarez. Alex Bowman, who also stayed out, is the last of those, and he's right now the last car on the lead lap as we come toward the end of stage 2. Martin Truex putting Suarez one down. Bowman ahead.
Well, you see Suarez putting up as much of a fight as he can right here to try to keep Martin Truex from lapping another car. So he wants to keep him pinned right there as long as he can. Didn't take long, though.
The car ahead is Justin Haley, and that would put him 2 down. And Josh Berry continues to impress.
He was having trouble getting around Gilliland and I can't see the other one, Ty Dillon right there. It enabled Logano and Larson to really close the gap on him in the last few laps.
Well, that's the ebb and flow of this particular racetrack. You know, you catch a guy that's running your groove and you have a ton of trouble passing him, and all the guys that are right behind you catch up, and then you finally clear him and you're like, oh, thank God.
You got to think after his performance here last year that Josh Berry had this race circled on his calendar.
Well, Josh Berry and Rodney Childers are, you know, they needed to get it going, but I think everybody thought that they could, and I think the biggest thing for them is just making it happen. And tonight has been a solid run from the start to where they are right now.
It's called confidence, and there's only one way to get it. Runs like here tonight.
Jamie?
Yeah, and another driver that really needed a solid run tonight is Joey Logano, still looking for his first top 5 of the year. And I talked to his crew chief, Paul Wolf, earlier, and he said, we had a chance to be part of that tire test at North Wilkesboro about 3 weeks ago. And you guys know, we rarely test in this sport. It's basically just for tires. He said, we actually learned a few things that we applied to our setup for here at Richmond. He said that combined with the fact this is Joey's style of track, they were really optimistic, and it's showing so far.
Running third, 2.5 off the lead, 2.5 seconds that is.
Well, when Jamie talks about not being able to test, that's literally the rule. You cannot test unless it's a NASCAR sanctioned test, and most of the time it's a Goodyear test where they're testing a newly paved surface like they have at North Wilkesboro. And it gives these teams that are able to go to those tests an opportunity to try things outside of just testing the tires. So you can only do so much on simulation and CFD and all the things that we use for tools outside of just going to the racetrack. And when you get those opportunities, you have to capitalize on them. And tonight we're seeing a much better 22 car in Joey Logano.
You see that 4 car getting bigger. The one that I thought would be able to do a little bit better, and I'm sure he was thinking the same thing, is our early race leader, Kyle Larson, hasn't been able to make much progress at all so far.
Restarted 5th, currently running 4th.
Yeah, and that's, we talk about it all the time, Clint. And you want to be in control of these races and do everything you can while you have the lead. But he has that #1 pit stall, and we'll be able to, you know, to utilize that as we get to pit road. So
that's a good point.
Been a quiet night for Denny Hamlin, the hometown hero from nearby Chesterfield. Running 5th, 4.7 seconds off the lead. Restarted 7th, so picked up a couple spots.
Yeah, another thing, as we look on board with Denny Hamlin, and look at that racetrack, Clint, all the way down the front straightaway. It's wet, or it's damp. It's different color. Same thing, middle to the top of the racetrack. We were talking during the break. We would have been here for hours trying to dry every inch of this racetrack, and I can't tell you how proud I am of everybody in the sport for going out tonight and racing in that damp racetrack. It was much damper than what we had at North Wilkesboro, and we're proving to ourselves that we can do that on an oval.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at it. We're just past halfway. That race is official. And back in the day, well, maybe even last year, we wouldn't even have started yet.
Well, Hamlin with the Toyota owners thank you cam. I mean, and not only did we race 30 laps, but we did it incident free. And again, that's a tribute to Goodyear, to the mechanics on all these teams, and of course to the drivers.
Well, the other thing, we heard all those crew chiefs warning their drivers. Now these slicks won't have near as much grip as those rain tires. I'd have never thought that.
It's a crazy world we live in, Clint, but that is definitely the fact. The rain tires, especially when the track dry, they have more grip than the slick tires, and that is a much different feel than what you have on the slick tires. You have that move around with the grooves in the tread. The tire moves around a lot. The car moves around a lot to try to gain that lateral grip, and when you put those slicks on, it feels like you're back on bricks, and the tires have grip, and that's just not what you started the race with and being used to.
Well, here's Alex Bowman, who was on the one-stop strategy for the 160-lap stage 2, like Kyle Larson, but was a little further back on the field, stayed out under the caution, did not stop to get back on the lead lap. Here he falls a lap down to Martin Truex.
That's a bummer for him and his team. I mean, literally a top 5 car. One untimely caution when Kyle Busch slid up and got into the wall.
Well, only 3 to go right here, Clinton. So same thing that we just talked about with the previous lap car. Alex Bowman wants to hold Martin Truex up as much as he can to not lap the guy in front of him.
And if he can stay on the lead lap right here, that is such an impactful moment.
I think he'll be fine. He'll get the free pass at the end of the stage.
Keep going. You know that.
Well, what he's saying is he won't have to start at the tail end of the longest line for the lucky dog. So he wants to not be the lucky dog. He wants to be on the lead lap when he gets to the line, so he can pit like normal and not have to start at the back.
And he just might be able to do it right here. He's trying. Hold him down. Hold him tight.
Final lap, stage 2. Here they come to the line. Bowman with a head of steam on the outside. That was so close.
I don't think Truex did.
I think Truex was ahead of him, but barely. NASCAR will review that.
He knows how strong that car is. If he can get him a lap down, I'm going for it.
Absolutely. You want to pin him a lap down.
All right, we'll sort it out when we come back. Martin Truex Jr. has his first stage win of the season and his 6th at Richmond Raceway. Next Sunday on Fox, it's week 2 of the United Football League. Houston takes on DC. Hard-hitting action continuing next Sunday at 4 Eastern on Fox. Here at Richmond Raceway, we're 2 stages into the Toyota Owners 400. Martin Truex Jr. picks up the stage win over Josh Berry. And how close was it with Alex Bowman? Here they are at the line. There is the photo showing that Bowman was indeed the first car 1 lap down, so he will get the wave around. But as Clint pointed out, have to pit with the lap down cars and start at the tail end of the field. Little cosmetic surgery to the safer barrier there as we get ready for pit stops. Between stages 2 and 3, Martin Truex Jr. will lead them in. Here's Jamie.
And Joey Logano on the radio said not too bad on the long haul, just fires off too tight and stays too tight for about 30 laps. They want to free it up just a bit. The 19 said he's still happy. Little tight firing off, so an air pressure adjustment for Martin Truex Jr. just picked up his first stage win of the season, Regan.
Josh Berry in the 4 car felt like he might have hurt his right rear tire just a little bit too much early in that run. Needs some right rear grip, but does not want to affect the center turn of his car. And for Kyle Larson, the only issue right now is the fact that he doesn't have the clean air. Said there was a slight balance shift because of that.
Truex is going to beat Larson off pit road.
Yeah, but Larson gained a couple right there. Those are very pivotal spots. Hard to come by. Number 1 pit stall, Kevin. You told us.
Tough one for Josh Berry, who dropped 4 spots on pit road. Martin Truex Jr., stage winner.
Back here in the race day studio, Shannon and Jamie, coming into this race, all the talk was about Joe Gibbs Racing and its drivers. Currently have 3 in the top 5. What have you seen out of that team?
Yeah, well, they didn't qualify well. It was all about Hendrick Motorsports and qualifying, but it's been a steady climb to the front for all those guys. And Christopher Bell is the one that I have had my eye on. Qualified all the way back in 29th, and you see it was pretty much a steady climb. The one dip you see there around lap 130 is when they broke the second stage down into 2 stops versus Kyle Larson doing it just in 1, and it paid big dividends for them. Got all the way up. He's going to restart 5th right now, guys.
Of course, Martin Truex Jr. out front. We'll send it back to you, Mike, for stage 3.
Thanks, Shannon. 238 laps complete. 162 to go. This final stage 10 laps longer than stage 2. And the two drivers that combined have led 230 of the 239 laps are going to start 1-2.
Well, there's a few things that are going to play out here. One, strategy. What's going to be the preferred strategy? And I think under that caution, qualifying definitely took effect with Josh Berry's pit stall and losing a few spots.
Tonight's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. 20 lead lap cars. Back to Alex Bowman, who got the free pass.
Well, we get to see the 5 and the 19 square off right here. Best two cars right up front.
A good jump on Truex behalf is going to be key. The 5 car, can he stay door to door with him, keep him held down, take his exit away off the 2.
Well, Martin Truex saw the 5 car had laid back right there, and he went way late in the restart zone, and that was always a tough one for me with the wheel spin. But when you're the leader, you have that choice anywhere in that box.
Chastain, every restart, he makes that melon move way up to the outside. And this time he's got a lot of company back there. Logano coming.
Yes, sir. Looking to the outside.
And Hamlin.
Looks like it takes a lap or so for Larson's car to come in.
Well, you heard Joey Logano talk about not taking off good on the last restart. It seems like he's in a much better position to take off a little bit better this time. But taking off here at Richmond is one of the toughest balances that you deal with. You want your car to have grip in the corner and off the corner, as you see door to door here with Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. But you want that balance to be good in the long run, as you know Richmond is going to have long runs, but you have to be able to get going to stay up with the leaders and keep your track position. So it's just sometimes they're tight, won't turn in the middle of the corner. That's usually the biggest problem.
Yeah, this track is so notorious for loose in, tight in the middle, loose off.
Well,
Fix that, crew chief. Good luck.
You heard Denny Hamlin have to get out of the throttle right there to keep from getting into the side of Joey Logano. It's just so tough to pass off of turn 2. There's a little crown in the back straightaway, and if you cross it with any wheel in there, it just spins the back, or it slides the back.
Logano slid it going into turn number 1 after he had just almost cleared Hamlin, but almost doesn't count.
See how hard those two are fighting for position. 11 car Denny Hamlin on the inside with the rotors glowing.
12th place on the right of the screen. Gregson and Elliott.
Trying to outduel one another, getting into the corner. Gain and establish that position on the other guy. If you're on the outside, you're trying to take away their entrance to the corner and their exit. Moreover, on the inside, you're trying to get into the corner deeper and push them up the racetrack.
Well, as we're on board that Monster Energy camera there with Ty Gibbs, he had more trouble this week on pit road with a penalty. You see Chase Elliott get a little contact there with Noah, but Gibbs battling back again. We've seen him do that several weeks so far this year.
Had that speeding penalty back at lap 170. Gibbs did.
Yeah, and I think Noah said, okay, I need to get back to the bottom of the racetrack. I don't need to give up any more spots here. Protect what I have. There's a hole behind before I give up another spot to Ty Gibbs.
And scrubbing tire off, a tire that you'll need long into these runs. Get settled in, get single file. More than likely you're going to see another long green flag run.
A couple of youngest drivers in the field, like everyone else, chasing the oldest driver in the field, 43-year-old Martin Truex.
Well, I lowered that average after I got out of the car.
You did.
Hurt the average up here.
Thanks, Clint.
Yeah. That was low-hanging fruit.
They'll complete 250 of 400 laps this time by, with Martin Truex leading. And thanks to Toyota, we're going to keep it right here for commercial-free racing from Richmond as we go Toyota all out. Denny Hamlin in fourth, 2 seconds off the lead. With 3 of those Camrys right in a row. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Bubba Wallace has had a solid night. Got a little bit behind on the strategy as we heard him give his crew chief a little bit of grief. But they've had a solid night. And most of these Toyotas have run up towards the front for the majority of the night. You see Ty Gibbs battling his way back to where he was running before he had the pit road penalty.
Currently 14th, 6.8 seconds back. And here's Christopher Bell. He's in the rocking chair between Hamlin and Wallace in 5th place, 2.6 seconds off the lead.
Quietly, steady, but surely Denny Hamlin keeps marching his way forward inside the top 5. Exactly where we're accustomed to seeing him. Been a good racetrack at home, by the way, for Denny Hamlin over the years.
Eric Jones got back on the lead lap with a free pass a couple of cautions ago. He's 8 seconds back in 15th. Right behind Ty Gibbs.
Well, this is the guy that they gave control of the race to, and they have not relinquished control of that race since that strategy played out in the first stage with Martin Truex Jr.
And Tyler Reddick, who is in 10th place, 5.5 back. Toyota driver and Virginia native Denny Hamlin has been coming to Richmond Raceway since he was 5 years old. Denny and his mom, Mary Lou, look back at what this track means to their family.
As soon as he saw a NASCAR race, that's what he wanted to be.
I mean, I was 5 or 6 years old. I just remembered the moment I smelled the tires and the fuel and I heard the engines roaring by, I was done.
Yeah, he just asked me the other day, do you still have your season tickets on there? I sure do.
I love that the Toyota Owners 400 is here at Richmond because I have been driving with Toyota now for better part of 15 years, but now the manufacturer that sponsored us is now the head sponsor here of this race. In my home track, it just means a little bit more.
That's Denny Hamlin, who just ran his personal fastest lap of the race just 14 laps ago, along with Christopher Bell and Eric Jones.
Well, I still think a lot of these guys are still learning exactly where the racetrack is and what the speed is, and learn more about they're having to adjust on their cars every run. And the thing about Richmond is you don't get a lot of opportunities with the way that this strategy is and the way that this race started tonight with the rain tires and the track changing. It's hard to keep up with your car on nights like this to be able to make good adjustments and have it work the next run with everything changing so much.
Well, Larry Mack, what can we expect? We saw different strategies play out in stage 2. What can we expect for this run to the checkers?
Yeah, Mike, and right now everybody should have somewhere around 3 to 4 sets of stickers left, so I don't know that that's a storyline. We go back racing at lap 240, which is 60 to go. If you're going to just split the stage in half, you're going to pit somewhere around lap 315 to 320. If you're going to split it into thirds, the next pit stop will come somewhere around lap 285 to 290, and then again with 60 to go. So I still think we might see some split strategies, but the one thing about the final stage, it has to be right. You don't get a second chance.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Well, we saw what Kyle Larson did early, and obviously they think their car is good enough to run that strategy that they did in the first stage with the less stop. But
caution bit them. So now what do you do? I think
yeah.
I'm going to play it safe. I think our car's fast enough. We have that number 1 box. If we could just get an opportunity to let the guys do work in this pit stop, maybe that could be the difference.
Jamie?
How about Tyler Reddick, Mike? He's found himself in the top 10 right now. Started 19th. Just had a hard time making up ground. He talked about that brake shake they had since they unloaded yesterday. It's really made that car darty. But he said the biggest problem right now is he's just too tight. They've made some gains on it, but hopefully he can keep it here. Mike, he's never finished in the top 10 at Richmond.
Thanks, Jamie.
Well, if I was too tight, I'd reach down and start grabbing that gear lever more. I think that's a good option. We see Christopher Bell underneath Denny Hamlin, but the thing that I'm talking about with Tyler Reddick, as we see these two continue to race, he talks about his car being tight, but I don't see him reaching down to downshift. So tough to understand all the scenarios there with everything that they have going on, but it would definitely help it rotate.
Helps it slow down.
And they've kind of stuck with that strategy all weekend of not shifting.
Bell is moving forward. It's come a long ways. It's been a wild race for him, but getting where he wants to be.
You see Denny Hamlin get that great run off the second lane of the racetrack, and a lot of times you see him go back to the bottom, and now Bell's going to try the hash marks there. The paint on the racetrack gets rubbered up, and it's actually going to get him position on the outside of Denny Hamlin and get that good run up off the corner.
I think Denny finally caved. He was door to door with him on the bottom for several laps. Come on, man. Got to his outside. All right, it's yours. Go ahead.
Yep.
All right, we're listening on Ty Gibbs.
Be smarter than him. He got himself dumped earlier by doing the same dump. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, tell them I know about 4 of them, so they're going to come something.
You and the whole field. Don't back in and go do what we're doing here. We're not racing him for anything.
Obviously not liking the way Suarez is racing him there in front of him. Oh. Obviously got moved from the rear. It was definitely Suarez, repaved a little bit of the favor, and then here as spotter remind him, keep your eye on the big picture.
Suarez trying to stay in the free pass position. He's the first car 1 lap down.
Yeah, and that's a tough spot to be in when you're trying to stay in that free pass position, especially when you're racing somebody that you think you're faster than. But he definitely used the bumper, and you saw Ty go back to his bumper and hit him. You just got to be careful with that, because the last thing you want to do is get that splitter separated from the nose. And as temperamental as this racetrack is, with the handling of the car and a turn to the center, if you get that splitter separated from the bottom of the nose, it will make the front end of the car not turn as good and make your night even worse. So you got to be careful.
So 131 laps to go, Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, Kevin and Clint was talking about shifting, especially if maybe it would help the handling of your race car. And I've been watching the top 2, Martin Truex Jr. in the 19, Kyle Larson in the 5, pretty much ever since the restart, about 30 laps to go. Kyle Larson does not shift. He stays in 5th gear the whole time. Truex pretty much downshifts into 4th, getting into turn 1, and grabs 5th up the front straightaway. And now, as I said that lap right there, Larson did shift. That's the first time since the restart.
That takes me back to hearing you yesterday in practice. You said that the 5-car Kyle Larson, guys, I don't know. He changes his gear selection every single lap, from lap to lap, what he does.
Well,
searching, man.
You're searching. Yeah. That's exactly right. You're searching to find what is going to work for your car. And we see Kyle Larson start to lose a little bit of distance to Martin Truex Jr. But I just, with everything that you have going on at this particular racetrack, I just think you want to downshift in order to help the car turn so you're not so hard on that right front tire.
128 laps to go in Richmond. 1 stop or 2? That is the question. Martin Truex leading as we take you Fox side by side.
21st century's yesterday. You can
Introducing the new 2024 Ford F-150. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, home of the Monster Mile. With more in 24, expanded campgrounds, and expanded fan zone of fun for all ages. More heart-pounding action, unforgettable moments, and above all, more roar. NASCAR roars at Dover Motor Speedway, home of the Monster Mile. April 26th to 28th.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
Hello?
Should you become stranded, be ready to signal rescuers. Bush.
How long have I been out here?
About 12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
At the Cracker Barrel, freshly made food at a fair price is just what we do. In fact, we've got over 20 meals under $12, each served with a helping of care. Eat, shop, earn Cracker Barrel rewards.
The real madness this March.
3 amazing singers
is on one stage.
This is gonna be tough.
Fox Wednesday.
Put some respect on my clock.
And it's a double elimination where 2 of these singers will get unmasked. Who is it? Or will they?
The ding dong, keep it on, Belle.
Yeah. I don't know who trusted me with this.
The Masked Singer is all new Wednesday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
Did you see that? Hear that? Feel that? Let's all take a deep breath. Because once we peel out, there's no looking back. You ready?
$120 laps to go. Time for tonight's Credit One Bank ones to watch. Let me see. Who is Clint picking tonight? I can't imagine.
I'm staying with my horse, boys. Come with the one that brought you. I'm telling you, Kyle Larson, he lost it on the strategy. We still have strategy coming. I think that #1 pit stall may play a role in this before it's all said and done. I know which one you're going after.
Well, you've got the #1 pit stall. I've got the #1 driver on the racetrack currently, and that's Martin Truex Jr. They've given him control of the race, and he has maintained control of the race up until this point. So we'll have to see how all this plays out.
Well, you guys have the Quinella, but I've got an eye on Joey Logano. This is the most laps that Logano has run in the top 5 positions since he last won a race, which was Atlanta a year ago. Those are your Credit One Bank ones to watch.
You do realize we took the top 3 cars. I mean, can it get any more obvious?
It's the blind obvious.
That's pretty brutal.
Do you want to be a winner or do you want to be a loser?
Well, I can tell you, the 4 car has been one to watch. Bubba Wallace is back. William Byron, haven't heard anything of him. He's back in the top 10. There's some guys that could be a role in this before it's all said and done. That car right there, Christopher Bell.
All right, we had some radio chatter from Kyle Larson. They're going with the Paul Revere option for pit stops. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea.
What?
That's from Longfellow, the ballad. Listen, my children, and you shall hear the ballad of Paul Revere. Never mind. The code word was Boston.
What year was that?
Boston for Kyle Larson.
Okay.
He did go to a bunch of museums yesterday. I think he was trying to, he had a flashback of his museum visit. Cool, a lot of museum history here in Richmond.
There is.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, split them.
Yeah, the lap car is going to decide, well, get in the way of this battle. It's not going to decide it because Christopher Bell fought back 3 wide.
Bell trying to take 3rd away from Logano as Brad Keselowski pits.
Still with you. Still there.
Chase Briscoe to pit road, giving up a top 16 spot, and now there's about 5 more coming in quick succession.
Well, 1 car has to start that cycle, and as soon as it starts, you know you have to come with them, like I said earlier, just in order to keep up. So we see a bunch of them coming now.
Byron, Buscher, Elliott, Gregson, all on pit road.
Your leader, Truex, just come on. Here comes Larson. Here comes the rest of them. They're all coming.
Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. making his way down. They've been happy with that race car all night long. 4 tires for him. As you see it right there, they catch that tire. The 22, Joey Logano, just came to a stop in his box. Air pressure adjustment, 4 tires, Regan.
Denny Hamlin in the 11 car just feels like he has to slow down the center too much. Can't roll speed through the middle of the corner, so he wants some help with that. And the 5 car, Kyle Larson, relatively quiet on the radio. They've just been updating him on when he moves around and changes things on the track. What's going on?
All right, now Bubba Wallace gives up second place to Pitt. Regan.
Bubba Wallace struggling with brake shake has been the biggest complaint, but he continues to climb back through the pack after getting caught with strategy earlier. They weren't going to let that happen again this time. Pitted twice, or the plan is to pit twice in this sequence.
That leaves Christopher Bell out on the racetrack along with Suarez, Blaney, and Cindric. The 3 of those cars a lap down. Chastain finishing up, so Bell is the leader. And here's some audio from the 20.
Really good work. We need just a few more. It's our best chance to win.
Well, that's what you want to hear. Whether it's right or wrong, we don't know yet, but that's what you want to hear on the radio.
Well,
Here he comes.
Yes. But
There
I
he
think it was those
yeah,
cars came a couple laps earlier. No, he's going to stay on the racetrack.
Yeah, Alex Bowman was on the outside, and this is what we were talking about earlier. He was moving out of the way to let the faster cars go by on the outside so that he didn't lose as much time as possible. So he's in the game of having to get out of the way of all the faster cars that are going around him. So now it's just about minimizing the lap time loss on the racetrack when those cars catch him. Oh, Martin Truex into the back of Chase Briscoe.
Larry, the question's going to be, are they going to stay out? Did he mean this is the strategy that's going to be the win? Is Christopher Bell's team going to stay out and try to do a one-stop strategy or just stretch this a little bit longer? What do you think?
Well, if they're going to do the one-stop strategy, Clint, they've got to probably go about another 20 laps. But if they want to split it perfectly into thirds, then the next lap or two would be the same amount of laps each of the 3 runs.
Well, right now
probably falls more in line with what that crew chief was telling him.
And they told him, just give me a couple more. So that is apparently the strategy.
There he is.
Austin Cindric on pit road. Harrison Burton in.
And obviously Christopher Bell pitting right here.
Yep. And here's Bell. Regan.
Christopher Bell hitting pit road right now. They had a lengthy conversation under the previous yellow about when to make this stop. Crew Chief Adam Stevens said he did not want to do it too soon because he'd pay the price on the backside of the run. As for the car right now, just a little bit too loose for Christopher Bell.
Well, we see the battle for the lead heating up, and I think they think that they can make the passes on the backside of the run is the only thing that I can figure out of that, trying to gain some advantage on the backside of the run, and that's what he did last week.
Yeah.
Gained a whole bunch on the backside of the run at COTA, but we'll see if that works out. But the race for the lead has heated up because Martin Truex is stuck behind Chase Briscoe, and that's allowed Kyle Larson to creep right in on the backside bumper of Martin Truex Jr.
And Bell comes back out in 9th place.
And Denny Hamlin has caught both of them.
New sheriff in town. I'm here, boys.
A lot of traffic ahead.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of lap traffic.
Oh, Christopher Bell, too fast exiting pit road.
Well, we talked earlier, Clint, minimize the mistakes. This is a very difficult pit road. It's very easy to get too much, be too low in the corners or whatever that may be, but it has bit Christopher Bell.
In a big way. This is a bad place to have a mistake this late in the race. Hard to overcome without a caution, some sort of help.
Well, he's 10 seconds behind the leader now, and after he makes that penalty drive at 45 miles an hour down pit road, he'll lose a lap. 10th place. Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott. Elliott started on the outside pole and has been in the top 10 most of the night. Noah Gragson continues to have a good night in 12th place. Behind him, Josh Berry, who had a 15-second stop and lost 6 positions on his pit stop.
Keeps marching his way in the wrong direction. Go back to 13th. He was all the way up to 2nd at one time.
Well, it doesn't appear like there's a lot that can happen on a green flag pit stop, but there is a ton of things that can change, because when you fire off on a caution and the track's clean and everything's cooled down a little bit, it's much different than when you fire off on a green flag pit stop. And we heard some of the teams reference it earlier about how much tighter their cars were taking off. Well, when they take off and won't turn with the front end like you wanted to, it changes the balance of the whole run. So that's what you don't know is going to happen during those green flag pit stops. And I think we've seen some of that happen with Kyle Larson creeping in on Martin Truex.
So here's Bell to serve his penalty.
That's a killer.
Yes.
Did you have him? It's one of your favorites?
It's not talk, Clint. Just pay attention to the race.
All right, you see, here comes Truex, you see in the upper part of your screen, and he's going to put Christopher Bell a lap down.
Could be clear right there. Clear right there.
So instead of a contender, Bell is now one of 12 cars 1 lap down.
And as a driver, there's just not a worse feeling when you have a car that you feel like can win the race, and they come on the radio and they say, we got a pit, you got a penalty, and you feel terrible. You try to do all you can do, and there's just not a worse feeling.
Well, now, and it's not like he has any better tires because of his pit. Now he's got to go out and pass those 3 cars to even get back on the lead lap. Those 3 cars being the leaders.
Well, the biggest thing he needs to do is just maintain with the leader to try to keep up with the cars that they're lapping to try to stay in the lucky dog position.
You saw Ty Gibbs pass Noah Gragson. That is a change of 12th place. $18 cars on the lead lap now, with Christopher Bell in the free pass position. And Martin Truex Jr. in the last 8 races where he's led more than 100 laps, and he has led 144 tonight. He's won 2 of them. On the other hand, Kyle Larson has never lost here after leading more than 50 laps.
Well, guys, we talked about Christopher Bell pitting later, and that's going to pay off for him right now to get this lap back. He's going to get his lap back by himself because of those fresher tires. And that's what they were talking about on the radio was, hey, we need to wait long enough to gain an advantage. And that's how you pass here, is to have some sort of advantage. And you see that, unfortunately, it's not for the lead.
Yeah. But he was hoping to close that gap up on the leaders, not just to get his lap back like you were saying.
Larry, the way this is playing out, what do you think of that call by the 20?
Well, I think he told him, he said, this is the only way we could possibly win this race, because I don't think they got a good car. I just don't know if they had as good a car as the 19 or the 5. So you do something a little bit different.
Yeah, and it's right now it's a 6, 7, 10th a lap strategy lap time difference. So, you know, there's just certain parts of the run that you can gain time, and some runs you can gain more time. So the way that they're calculating their strategy, they thought that was the best way to do it, because I promise you there was a calculation that went into whatever that strategy was from a lap time standpoint.
But there was only one calculation that didn't go into that equation. Don't beat yourself. Do not get caught speeding on pit road.
Yeah, and that calculation was correct. Most likely it was obviously the driver doing something wrong.
Front 4 evenly spaced, about 3 car lengths between each of the front 4 positions. Truex, Larson, Hamlin, and you're riding with Logano in 4th. Bubba Wallace in 5th. He's 3 seconds back. Ninth and 10th, Elliott and Berry. Again, Josh Berry having to overcome a speeding penalty as well. Larry Mack.
You know, on the flip side of what Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens did, Brad Keselowski, Matt McCall, you're riding with him in the 6 car. He's in 7th. He was really one of the first leaders to hit pit road. Now, if you've got a good long run car, you can make this pay off. But sometimes you'll pay the price deep into the run by coming too early.
Both the RFK Fords in the top 10. Keselowski 7th, Chris Buescher 8th.
One thing to go back on there, Mike. Josh Berry had a bad pit stop, did not have a penalty. He's still running 10th there, but just a small, just something to just step back and correct there. But these guys have been, Keselowski and Buescher have been somebody that we had on our list to have a good night tonight. They've notoriously been very good here on the long run, so that goes right with what Larry's saying on the long run of Keselowski.
You're right, thank you. 300th career Cup start for Chris Buescher. And Clint, the very first to win his 300th start in the history of NASCAR. He drove the number 11. He won 2 championships. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's from Conover, North Carolina, and his son's in the Hall of Fame with him. Ned Jarrett did it. Then Rusty Wallace, Casey Kane, they all won their 300th start. As did these drivers. Busch, Hamlin, Logano, Keselowski.
Wow.
Just something about 300.
See the fire suit difference between Ned Jarrett and those guys?
Well, see, I wasn't thinking about the fire suit right there. I was thinking to myself, I wonder where Clint finished in his 300th start.
Did I even make it to 300? I can promise you I don't remember.
We'll put our best man on it. Daniel Suarez is on pit road, and so is Austin Dillon. They were all among the one-lap down cars.
Well, we see the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera here with Joey Logano. This is exactly what they needed. They needed a night where they ran in the top 5. We've covered it the whole race, and they've definitely answered some questions about where they were from a performance side of things. And they talk about that North Wilkesboro test and the things that they've learned. So definitely paying off on the racetrack.
How about the diamond that he did down in 1 and 2? Look at him diamond, moving around a little bit, trying to find that low and straight up off the corner. It worked in 1 and 2, not so much in 3 and 4.
Yeah, and what that does is just let you drive it in straight and use the center of the corner up the racetrack and try to get that drive straight up off the corner to keep the wheels from spinning in the back.
Carson Hocevar completes a pit stop. We have 83 laps to go in Richmond. Martin Truex leading Kyle Larson by half a second. We'll take you Fox side by side.
If you think the only thing that really matters
is how fast you can go, we want you.
Join us at Toyota Racing.
You're invited to a Texas-sized party. NASCAR drives into the Lone Star State for a 3-day thrill ride that only Texas Motor Speedway can deliver. Buescher, Elliott, and Larson battle it out for a killer hat and a sweet trophy. 38 Special rocks the track, and Lone Star sideshows you have to see to believe. Join us April 12th to the 14th for the Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 400. This is more than a race. It's a no-limits experience.
Saturday on FS1. There's never been a lineup like this. 3 MVPs.
Oh my goodness!
4 Silver Sluggers. And more All-Stars than you can count.
You gotta be kidding me!
Led by Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman. The Dodgers take their show on the road to Wrigley, where Cody Bellinger and the Cubs await. Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on FS1.
Hey, look at this.
What?
Save nearly $750.
With that kind of money, we could fly south.
Except we don't migrate.
No, I'm talking actually fly. Sit back, relax, maybe work on my novel, and I won't forget the little birds out there. Actually, yes, I will.
Wow, money changed you.
Just keeping it real. Do people still say that?
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up.
Wendy's Orange Dreamsicle Frosty, this takes me back, man.
It's like taking a trip down memory lane.
I didn't know they sold dreamsicles on memory lane.
For the flavor that takes you back. Get Wendy's new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty.
What does fearless look like? Like trading paint with a champion? Find out for yourself. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Victory at Richmond for Clint Bowyer and Kevin Harvick.
I sure hope one of those is my 300. Maybe it wasn't. I
Well,
the list, so I know it wasn't.
I hate to tell you, but your 300 start was at Kansas Speedway.
Oh, enough said. I know. I can tell you this. It was definitely not a win.
No, you finished 23rd. Jeff Gordon beat Kevin Harvick for the win.
I have never been a bigger fan of Jeff Gordon, and right there, right then. You know what's funny about Jeff Gordon winning at Kansas Speedway? The very first race there I was at when they built Kansas Speedway, Jeff Gordon.
I don't think
won
there's
the
anything
race.
funny about that.
Oh, it was fantastic. I remember it vividly now. Passed you,
Are you
on
sure?
the outside, rolled around you like you was tied to a tree.
So did you have like a hometown fog on
No,
race day?
I just saw it from behind. I never got around that place. You know, we're sitting here looking at Denny Hamlin running well at his home track. I was always so jealous of him coming home to Richmond and being able to be so good here, leading laps, winning races, obviously. This was a good track for me. But boy, my home race was definitely not the case.
Yeah, and same for me. I struggled I didn't struggle at California Speedway, but I never could put that whole race together, and we finally did it one time, beating Jimmy Johnson there, and that in a cool finish, but never as much as I would have liked to.
I still think I won a race at Kansas, though. I've never, ever said that I had one stolen from me, but when Greg Biffle run out of gas and turned off into the grass, that's an asterisk beside his win. That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right, 72 laps to go here in Richmond. Martin Truex and Kyle Larson. That gap is holding very steady at half to 0.6 of a second. Hamlin third, Logano fourth. And Larry, with one more pit stop in the offing, when do we expect it?
Yeah, Mike, I think the magic number is anywhere from lap 335 to 340, which is only about 6 to 10 laps from now. But will somebody jump in there a little early, try to get advantage of those fresh tires, like we spoke about Brad Keselowski on that last round of green flag stops?
Well, you've got 17 cars on the lead lap, back to Alex Bowman. Chase Briscoe in the free pass position ahead of Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney, rounding out the top 20.
That's what I love about this, though, or push it later like we saw with Christopher Bell. I think that strategy would have worked because he passed those cars because of the laps. You covered that, Kevin, but he made a mistake.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see both sides of that. It's somebody hitting it on a number, somebody being early, and somebody being late.
Well,
one of those is going to work.
Here's a car with William Byron we saw struggle, and now he's running 6, so that's typical for that 24 to figure it out.
Brad Keselowski in 7th was the first of the cars on the lead lap to pit in the last green flag cycle.
Yeah, and his lap times are still good, so no alarms going off for Brad.
So here's Reddick and Briscoe on pit road, and it begins.
We're up by 4. All clear.
Larson's starting to run your leader down. He's trying as hard as he can, and I think the big reason is the obvious, but as soon as they pit right here, the closer you are to him, capitalizing on that #1 stall, that it's going to be your saving grace, possibly. Here comes William Byron.
Well, the first stall is definitely not going to be as big of a gain under green, but it's definitely been good for him on pit road.
Byron, Keselowski are both on pit road. Chase Elliott is in. Regan.
William Byron continues to battle back after overshooting the pit stall a little bit earlier on. Right now, he just needs some more overall grip. They've been working on that car all night long. Keeps getting a little bit better each stop.
4 missed right there, Kevin.
Yeah, the 4 car, Josh Berry, just blew pit road, smoking the left front tire.
Keeps getting worse for them, making mistakes.
And this
late
is
in the game.
That's what we've been talking about. Here comes Martin.
Larson right on his tail.
And Logano.
And
Wallace.
This is what makes or break the race right here. This pit stop, getting on and off pit road. Jamie?
In the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. and Joey Logano both in their pit boxes. Martin happy at the Aspen all race long. Joey Logano firing off a little too tight. Another air pressure pressure adjustment. Regan.
Bubba Wallace looking for his first career top 10 at Richmond. Right now, there's no more comments on the brake shake. He's been very focused, and the 5 of Kyle Larson has not said a word since the caution way back at the end of the last stage. He's zoned in right now.
So Denny Hamlin leads for the first time today with just 63 laps to go.
Look at this, boys. Kyle Larson got him in the pits. That's exactly what we were talking about there. I don't know how it happened. We're going to have to go back and dissect it, but he darn sure got him beat in the pits.
Well, we saw him
huge.
We saw them come on the pit road together, and that gap had to happen in the pit stall.
Look at them boys.
With those guys changing those tires and putting that fuel in the car. So
now for the moment, those two are the first cars 1 lap down, with Denny Hamlin the leader and Christopher Bell being the only cars on the lead lap till we cycle through.
Can he hold him off? Looking to the inside in the wet.
Martin Truex knows
there.
He has to pounce while he can.
Larson's trying to hold him. Oh, he's got him. Holding tight on the outside. Larson's car just hasn't been able to take off early in the runs.
Man.
He's trying to clean the tires back up, isn't he?
Well, and it looked like it got on the ground right there, but Martin Truex knew that he had to go while he had the advantage on Kyle Larson, because that evens out as the run goes on.
That's a flex. Drove right back by him.
Larson's pit stop 0.8 of a second faster, but Truex takes it back. Here's the race off pit road. Down around the corner from where we are on the front straightaway.
Oh, pushed him out. Truex had to lift. I don't necessarily think he had him beat. He crowded him.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to put yourself in position to win. And Kyle Larson knew that he had an opportunity to put Martin Truex in a bad spot right there, and he did. Just couldn't get taken off like he needed to on the fire off out of the pits.
So here's Truex getting back on the lead lap from Hamlin, and Larson following through.
So this seems very similar to what Christopher Bell did last time, waiting to pit.
Wouldn't be the last time, or the first time, excuse me, Larry, that we've seen Chris Gabehart do something different and go try to win this race.
And what he'll do, he'll get advantage of those tires near the end of this race. Saw the exact same thing in the July race, came up just a little short in winning.
It's all going to come down to how much time he loses, like we've talked the whole race, when all these fast guys are going by him. We saw this whole strategy being worked out by Christopher Bell the last run, and he made the mistake on pit road with the speeding penalty. So a lot of pressure on Denny Hamlin and his whole crew as they come down to make this last pit stop and these last several laps that he has to run to maximize the time lost. Not lost, sorry.
So Larry, to have that advantage of those tires late in a run, how long can you wait before you make this final stop? Never mind.
Right now.
How about now? Asked and answered right there. Regan?
Well, Denny Hamlin and Chris Gabehart never afraid to try different strategies and different things. No different tonight. Right now, the drive on the race car started off very good on that last run, but started to fade off too much for him at the end, meaning he was spinning the rear tires.
Harrison Burton, Justin Haley, and Corey LaJoie also on pit road. So Christopher Bell cycles through to the lead. 46 laps on his tires.
I think he's just, we're talking about Bell. Well, never mind. He's going to pit right here. I was thinking maybe he stays long and give Luck a chance to operate, but not the case.
Well, you got to remember, Clint, he's still several laps further than Truex and Larson. Denny Hamlin ran a little extra long. I mean, I know it's only a handful of laps, but it seemed to make a pretty big difference the last time when he got his lap back.
But just digging himself out of that hole, though, that very hole that you're talking about.
So he'll have 11 lap fresher tires with 53 laps to run. So 18, make that 17 cars on the lead lap as we cycle through this final group of pit stops. Let's find out what's new on Kevin Harvick's podcast.
I remember one day we had a Looney Tunes promotion, and it was myself, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, and I don't remember who else it was, but we were racing golf carts on pit road. And we probably have the footage of this somewhere here at Fox, but we were racing golf carts, and I'll never forget it because racing, whoop, Jeff Gordon out the other side of the golf cart. Dude fell out the right side of the golf cart.
Yeah, and we have that footage. Were you there that day?
We used it against him my first year in the booth with Jeff Gordon. You remember that, Mike?
Oh, yes.
He literally threw himself off of his own golf cart. Watch this.
Oh,
Bugs come off a two by himself.
Bugs has got no driver.
By the way, speaking of your podcast, which fresh episodes Tuesdays and Thursdays, there's Mamba Smith doing driver introductions in the bunny suit because he lost a bet with you.
Yeah, and I bought that off of Amazon. Apparently, I bought the saddest looking bunny you could possibly buy.
You did.
That was a terrible bunny suit, but he wore it.
The bet was if the tweet, or whatever they call it on X these days, if it got 600 retweets, Mamba would have to wear the bunny suit.
Yeah,
you set the bar pretty low.
Yeah, well, he set the bar low.
Okay.
I ordered the bunny suit before I walked out of the studio. I'm like, wow, that was a really dumb bet.
Jamie.
Well, once Martin Truex Jr. made that last stop, he got out on the track and said, all right, guys, how hard do I need to go? Let me know. And they said, be nice and smooth. And a couple seconds later, he came back on the radio, frustrated with the guys around him, said that they're intentionally holding him up. His sights are set on getting this win tonight. Mike, he's now crossed over 1,500 laps led at Richmond Raceway.
Wow.
We talked at the beginning of the night that this was a Martin Truex style of race.
Ryan Blaney made a pit stop while we were talking about the podcast and got back out. So remember this earlier with Alex Bowman.
Well, that was a bunch of, hey, I'm here. I need to get by. And we saw the race back at the end of the stage trying to keep him a lap down, and that was what you're supposed to do. Yep. You got to try to keep him a lap down because that's one less guy you got to deal with.
And to Jamie's comment, throughout his career, Martin has always been one of the most vocal on the radio to his spotter when there's somebody in front of him that's not going as fast as him. What's it like to race him?
I always raced well with Martin. He was always a very fair racer. If you raced him hard, he was going to race you hard, and
very much so.
I think when I listen to him on the radio now, I look at him, I'm like, is that really the same guy that I know? But most of us lose our minds in a race car, and we've become this totally different person.
I would be on that list.
Yeah. There's two of them right there.
It's a thing. I always call it a pop-off valve. That little push to talk button on there.
Boy, Ricky Stenhouse about lost it up in turn 2. Thought we were going to have a caution right there, but he gathered it back in. He was way up in the marbles. Got it straightened out. Bubba Wallace goes by.
Well, there are definitely some marbles, out of that 2.5 lanes up the racetrack, and a lot of times you'll start looking around and you'll get up there and realize really quickly that it's pretty dirty.
So here's Denny Hamlin now in 5th place, 7.3 seconds back.
I like it, but long way to go. A lot of discipline. Let's go. Copy.
Yes, sir. This is a strategy. He's a lot faster than them, but there's a lot of track to gain here.
He has 9 lap fresher tires than the cars in front of him, and was 3.5 tenths quicker than Truex that last lap.
One thing that becomes harder and harder for the leaders to do is get through lap traffic, and that will be one advantage that Denny Hamlin has over a lot of these lap cars, is he'll be able to maneuver a little bit quickly, and I think that's definitely what they're banking on.
Watching the battle here with Logano really heating up with Larson. Larson's car is just not as good this run. he's having trouble with the grip in his car. Logano's a little bit faster than him, actually holding him up.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about earlier, Clint. You just never know what you're going to get when you put another set of tires on and where the racetrack is, and you fire back off. And
it looks tight.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. It gets tighter as you go through these green flag runs. Yeah, I see Austin Cindric come up.
See how much he has to slow the car down, and they catch him getting in.
Well, and he's behind the lap car in front of him, and that's what I was just touching on with the 11. Was he'll be able to maneuver better than some of these guys through traffic.
How about Kyle Larson, 2.5 seconds back? We listened in.
The 22 is in fourth here off of 2. Accelerating better off the corner. Still clear by half, not by 1. Please just stop telling me fourth here. It's not working for me.
Yeah, and that's the era that we live in. The crew chief and the engineers are going to tell you what the other guys are doing, and when you're frustrated inside the car and your car's not handling as well as it did the run before, or something's not going the same way, it frustrates you because you go try what they're telling you to do and it doesn't help you, and then you get mad like, hey, that didn't work either, so just leave me alone.
Yeah, stop harping on me here. Let me do my job.
And I tell this to Keelan all the time. In today's form of racing, you better have thick skin, because you're going to get harped on a lot to be able to get better. And those guys have so much data. They tell you what you're doing wrong.
All right, 35 laps to go. We had to bring one of the real experts to the booth. Keelan Harvick.
See, this is what we should do to Clint. We should not give him a microphone. See, right now we can say anything that we want to you.
Lord knows you have to listen to him enough.
Yeah, we had where's your bunny suit? We had you in a bunny suit earlier in the TV compound. He quickly realized that Michael Waltrip was going to set him up on pit road. We had this great plan that he was going to go on the grid walk with Michael in the bunny suit.
You chose right. You chose right, Keelan. Look at this.
Second place. Here comes Logano on the outside. Yep.
Well, we see Joey Logano. He's definitely using that second lane with those hash marks and trying to drive straight up off the corner like you had mentioned with that diamond earlier, Clinton, taking advantage of that Kyle Larson car that seems to be getting tighter.
Well, what a great shot in the arm for Logano and for Ford here at Richmond. .33 to go. Now, in case you missed it, we started this race on NASCAR's wet weather tires and ran the first 30 laps that way without incident to a competition yellow. The track dried. They dried pit road. We had competitive pit stops and raced our way toward the end of stage 1. Different pit strategies. Some were on a 2-stop strategy for stage 2. Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman were on a 1-stop strategy, but when the caution came out for Kyle Busch, that negated the strategy call. Recently, Larson on a green flag stop beat the 19 out of the pits, but Truex took the lead back and has stayed right there. Now with Joey Logano in second, 3.5 back. Larson 4.5 back in third. Hamlin and Wallace the top 5.
I like the strategy call by Chris Gabehart and Hamlin. I think he's the only one that has a chance. I don't think it's a long ways to get to Truex, but Larson and Logano are in trouble. 11's coming. There's Larson right there.
Denny Hamlin's about 0.2 of a second faster than the leaders with 29 laps to go.
Yeah, he's already chopped a few seconds, or at least 2 seconds off of the lead. 29 laps to go. It's still a long ways to go, and a lot of that depends on just doing exactly what he's doing right here, being able to clear all these cars as quick as possible to lose the least amount of time as possible.
Let me go back for a second to COTA and the ending of that race, which was decided on a pit stop. William Byron's pit stop was nearly 3 seconds faster than Christopher Bell's. But Bell did not have a bad pit stop. There were no mistakes. The team had to wait on the gas to flow and fill the tank before they could release it. And that's why the stop was 3 seconds slower. Bell did a great job trying to catch Byron. Now we'll sync up these stops so they stop at the same moment, and you'll see the difference.
Well, they pitted earlier, so they had to take more fuel. That was the difference. How longer he's still taking to fuel that race car.
Yeah, and that was purely just because of the time spent on the racetrack and the tank not having as much fuel in it. But in the end, that was the difference between winning and losing. Christopher Bell ran him all the way back down, and the way that their strategy was had better tires, just much like Denny Hamlin does tonight.
Exactly.
Ross Chastain trying to stay on the lead lap here. He is 16th.
Yeah, so this is what Martin Truex does not want to have to deal with. You see him loose up off the corner and trying to get by Ross. Ross wants to stay on the lead lap, but it's costing Martin time. Everything you do at Richmond is all about time loss. Whether we talk about when you pit, the pit strategy, going through traffic, and this is where Denny Hamlin is going to have the advantage of being able to maneuver through traffic better. Now he's got clear track, and Martin is trying to get by Ross Chastain and losing time every lap. That lap, it was over half a second, that lap that Hamlin gained on Martin.
Look at all this lap traffic in front of Truex. 7, maybe 8 cars right here, where Logano and Hamlin, a lot of green track in front of them. All these lappers he has to overcome. Look at all these cars right here.
But you see Martin struggle in the middle of the corner right there with the car pushing up the racetrack, and that's from the traffic.
Now push back and see Logano and Denny Hamlin, all that open racetrack in front of them.
Yeah, and Logano doesn't even really matter because he matters, but he's not the guy that can catch him. It's that 11 car right behind Joey Logano.
All right, dare we open up Martin Truex's radio?
Oh, man.
Here we go.
Car's stuck. If you want to win the race, we have to get past him right now. Stop around. I can't, dude. I got no air.
Stalled out behind them, talking about Chastain.
Well, this is what we were talking about with Denny Hamlin. He's going to have less trouble getting through this lap traffic, and now it gets even worse for Martin because he's got cars side by side, 3 in front of him. He's got Ross Chastain who wants to stay on the lead lap, and
well, they're going to have to go through the same lap traffic, but they're going to run him down. They're all going to do it together, and the race is going to be on.
Well, this is the most important pass right now, and it's one at a time. We got to get by Joey Logano, who is also a very, very tough pass and wants to get everything he can out of the night, but he's not easy to pass.
We're talking about a 24-17 leader Truex to a 23-88 and a 92 on Hamlin. Well, caught him a lot right there.
Hamlin ran like a 23-50 something a couple laps ago when he was in clean air.
20 to go, Larry Mack.
Mike, I'm about to retire from the trend business. They just haven't been working out this.
Okay.
In fact, we've not even had an overtime finish this year. But going back and looking at the 2 Richmond races last year, the average of the last caution was lap 386, 14 laps to go, which is about 5 laps away.
All right, thanks.
Who's the hardest car in the business to pass, Kevin? We just talked about this and had all the drivers tell us last week. It's that one car, Ross Chastain. Well, all of them said the same thing. Even Ross Chastain.
Yeah. Ross might be hard to pass, but so is that 22. So there, Martin got past his nemesis, and Denny Hamlin had a big mistake off of turn 2, lost that gap, and has to start over with that battle with Joey Logano when trying to make that pass on him.
Yeah, Denny tried him on the hot. Let's listen to the radio. Oh, hang on. He tried him on the outside and wanted to. Lost a ton of time to Logano getting settled back in here. You can see the drive up off he has over him. Denny Hamlin radio right here.
Cool him back off, bud. You got plenty of time. You got time to cool him if you need to.
It's good intel. Plenty of time. 17 to go, and that leader's mired in traffic.
I don't know. I think time is slipping away. Hamlin is only a 10th faster than Truex, and look at all the cars he's going to have to pass to get to the leader.
Well, he can't tell that driver that, though.
He's only
got to keep him calm.
He's only a 10th faster than Truex in this scenario. If he doesn't look like he's going to get much clean air, but if he gets clean air, he's a lot faster than Martin was in traffic.
I think he's hurting his tires bad. Just like Truex mired behind Logano.
Yeah, it's like they get to a certain point and you just kind of stall out.
Losing your edge over them.
Yes. And it doesn't help that these cars in front of Joey are side by side. The more cars that are up there, the dirtier the air gets and the harder it is to make your car work optimal.
And then they've still got to get past Chastain to have a shot at Truex. Keselowski, Elliott, 7th place. Remember, Keselowski was the first of the leaders to pit. Actually, he and Elliott pitted on the same lap. 3:34.
See that 4 car of Josh Berry, who's been so good all night, making it back up through the pack after the pit road mistake and the slow stop there earlier in the race.
I think we've lost our edge with the goodie in the tires, Denny Hamlin.
I would agree.
I also think Joey Logano hasn't. He's catching your leader, Denny Hamlin, still catching him.
Well, we heard Joey talk earlier about how good his car was on the really long runs, and that's where we are right now. And Martin is still.
This race is not over.
No, he's still stuck behind the 3 car, and now the 1 car looking to the outside of Martin Truex. Martin's having a tough time in traffic.
38 to a 19. You can see it on your pylon. It's definitely catching him in a big way.
And Christopher Bell coming back up through. He just passed Josh Berry and Brad Keselowski in the same lap.
That was a huge pass for Truex getting around Austin Dillon there. It's going to give him some breathing room on Joey Logano. Now these guys are side by side. Not what Joey Logano wanted to see.
Not with 10 laps to go.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, and that's what you hope for at the end of these races, is that, you know, the lap cars move over and let the leaders go at it with 9 laps to go.
Well, the last thing you want is a lap car being a factor. They're going to be, though. There always are. Especially at this racetrack.
More of them ahead. Gralla and Stenhouse side by side. That's who Truex is going to catch next. Nope, that all gets resolved. Gilliland moves ahead of Stenhouse.
Good move by Ross Chastain right there to just get out of the way of Joey Logano and let them settle this battle with 8 laps to go for the win. I can promise you there's a hungry driver on board this Hunt Brothers Pizza camera right here, because
been a minute.
It's been a minute. It's been over a year since Joey Logano won. They hadn't run like they wanted to this year, and they've got things sorted out tonight to have a shot.
0.6 of a second. That is the gap, and traffic ahead.
Well, that is the key word that Martin doesn't want to hear, is traffic ahead.
Well, without the traffic, their lap times match. 24:11, 15:17. They're all right there, the top 3. You get them in traffic, there's a massive difference between them.
Logano knocked it down to less than 0.4 of a second entering turn 1. It cost him a little bit on exit, though.
But Joey wants him to catch right up to these cars in front of him.
See Joey moving around, searching, trying everything.
Half a second with 5 to go.
Yeah, and Joey's faster right now. He was a tenth of a second faster that lap.
Tried to diamond the corner that last time.
Looks like Logano's just not having any luck getting off turn 2.
2's his weak link. The diamond in 3 and 4 seems to work. Gives him that low and straight shot off of 4. This down here is going to try to enter a little higher. Cross back over, get that flat exit.
If Truex can get past Todd Gilliland here, that may give him the cushion he needs. 3 to go.
It's been such an intriguing race from start to finish here. See Gilliland up the racetrack. Truex down on the bottom.
Gilliland's got good pace. Now Truex gets to his back bumper. He moves. Trouble, runs straight away. Larson.
Caution is out. Bubba Wallace got the back of Larson right there.
And that changes everything.
It sure does.
With 2 laps to go, and Truex more than half a lap away from taking the white flag, after which the next flag would end the race. We have a caution, and we will reset for overtime.
Kyle got loose.
Yeah, Kyle got loose, checked up, and Bubba was just anticipating him having that same pace to get in behind him there, and just misjudged it as Kyle lifted and turned him around.
Some history there, quite a bit of history between those two.
Just when you thought it was safe to engrave the trophy.
Not at all what James Small wanted to see. Not probably what any of these teams wanted to see. That Logano wanted it.
Yeah, and you're going to have to pit. I mean, you got no choice there. With
100%.
With the way that the tires drop off, you've got to pit. So guess what, guys?
Well, now we say that, but with 15 cars on the lead lap,
we're pitting.
I'm pitting. I was the first car here several years ago, pitted, came out 7th, and by the time we got to turn 1, I had the lead.
Okay.
I mean, it's that big a difference. So we'll see if, I mean, they're going to pit, but that is definitely not what Martin wanted to see. This is going to get wild.
So 15 lead lap cars.
Pit road, guys. Right here on pit road, this thing could get 1.
Plus Chastain, the free pass. So there'll be 16 drivers with a chance to win this. Here they come to pit road.
Well, those are Jamie.
What a turn of events here. Martin Truex Jr. on the radio right away. You got to be kidding me. They said, come on, bring it to us. Same with Joey Logano, put 4 tires on here. Pit crews must step up and perform and make it happen. You see the 11 in as well as the 23.
Slow stop on the 19. You see the 22 up beside him. Keep an eye on Denny Hamlin. It's going to be close here, guys.
Hamlin,
he's going to get him. 11 to the point. How about this?
Denny Hamlin had led twice for 10 laps tonight, and he comes out of pit road with the lead. We're under caution going to overtime in Richmond. The 2 cars that got together to bring out the caution, Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace. Well, let's unpack this, Clint.
Watch this. Kyle Larson gets spun out, right? Obviously got loose and gets spun. Saves the car, mind you. Gets the thing straightened back up. Only loses to a couple spots. Comes back 6th. Now watch this pit area. See, he gets it gathered up. Keeps it straight. Only loses a couple spots because they were that far ahead. Pit road opens. He gains 2 spots, goes right back to the very position. The guy that spins him out has trouble on pit road. He is now 16th, Bubba Wallace. Holy cow.
Trouble on the left side on Wallace's pit stop. They had to hold him up to tighten the lug.
What a change of events that was.
And there's the race off. Hamlin ahead of Truex, ahead of Logano, and Larson comes out for it.
Well, we saw how good Martin Truex's car took off on the restart last time, so we'll see if he can do that again here with Denny Hamlin in control of the race. 2
of Joe Gibbs Toyotas fighting on the front row. It's overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Green, white, checker. Logano and Larson, Byron and Elliott, Bell and Keselowski. Here we go.
Denny with an early launch in the restart box.
Well, you see Martin chase him all the way down there with the side draft, trying to hold him at bay so he doesn't get clear.
Denny ran him up the racetrack a little bit. Still there, side by side. Still holding tough on the outside, Martin Truex Jr. This Logano's car takes off good too. Look at the inside of Truex.
White flag. Truex trying to hold off Larson. Logano.
Oh! He didn't like what he saw. Truex come down door slammed down the back straightaway.
Denny Hamlin,
your winner.
Home track win for Hamlin in the Toyota Owners 400. Crash in turn 1 as Larson and Truex got together again after the flag.
Wow, way to go, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, pit crew. Absolutely.
Oh. Man, Martin's mad at everybody. I didn't see what Denny Hamlin did wrong.
Hamlin gets his 53rd career win. 13th on the all-time win list.
Well, that was certainly Truex. I don't know why he was so mad. But then he was mad at his teammate too. I know why he's mad. He lost the race.
Yeah, and didn't see what happened right there. And Larson was like, "Hey, you're gonna run into me. I'm gonna shove you in the fence and take this spot."
I feel like that was warranted.
Oh, I agree. And then he ran into the back of his teammate, which I didn't see anything that Denny Hamlin did wrong, racing for the win. But in Martin's defense, everything just unraveled there.
For Hamlin,
what we just saw.
13th different season with multiple victories, and this is his 5th win at Richmond. For Joe Gibbs Racing, career win 211. 11 drivers account for their wins.
Great day for Joey Logano at 22 car. They needed this in a big way. He told us before the race, thought his car was good, and it was, wasn't it, Kevin?
It was. But what a day for Denny Hamlin, winning in his hometown. You talked about how important it is and how awesome it is to win at your home racetrack, and he gets to do that again, Clint.
Hamlin led 3 times for 16 laps. Truex led more than half the race.
It was his to win. Caution comes out, took it from him. Pit crew, it was one in the pits tonight.
Then he ran over a few of them at the end.
Wow. Been a while since we've seen Truex that mad. He was hot.
Truex ends up 4th, crossing the line even with Larson. And then Elliott 5th.
I know why he's frustrated, but I just want to know why he's so mad.
Regan?
Well, for the 5th time in his career at his home track in Richmond, Denny Hamlin, you find a way to get the win. Your pit crew on the final pit stop gets you out front. You did the job from there.
Yeah, all pit crew. This is a team win for sure. This trophy needs to go and to each one of these pit crew members' house. It just did an amazing job. They've been killing it all year. Thanks to Mavis Tires and Brakes for coming on. Man, we got some good runs with these guys. So thank Toyota, Jordan Brand, Coca-Cola, Shady Rays, just everyone that makes this happen. It's just such a great feeling when you know you can come in and have a pit crew like that.
Denny Hamlin wins in Richmond on Easter Sunday.
228 laps led by Martin Truex Jr., and everything changes at the end of this race. Martin, take us through the emotional roller coaster that it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, you know. Fortunately, this has happened here a few times over the years. So, yeah, we're, in a great spot and had a great Auto Owners Camry all night long, and the guys did a really good job. Just got beat out of the pits, and then, got, I don't know. He jumped the start and then just used me up in turn 1. So definitely sucks, but a good solid day and another car capable of winning. So we'll just have to come back next week, try to get him again.
Thanks, Martin.
Yep.
Well, I mean, he was right at the line. It was.
I said he left early in the in its zone, but I don't know that he jumped it.
All right, one more look here you have to get to the white line before you fire off for it to be a legal restart.
Well, you see that's the start of the restart zone right there.
Definitely rolled. Definitely rolled before the line.
Well, I tell you what he did. He won.
Yeah.
NASCAR is saying the restart was not under review. So let's get back to Jamie.
Kyle Larson ends up third after all of that. Just take us back to the moment where it looks like you got loose and you spun out and you were able to save it and then salvage this great finish.
Well, I was a little bit loose, and then I got finished off there. So thankfully, it all kind of just worked out, and I didn't, I only lost whatever, a spot to Bubba and then to Byron there. I was able to keep it going, and then my pit crew did a really good job to get us off pit road, gain us those spots, restart fourth, and gain one more. So I will take a third after what could have been a lot worse there on the front stretch. So proud of the HendrickCars.com team, proud of Chevy, everybody, Hendrick Motorsports. So it was a good weekend for us, getting the pole and winning a stage and getting back to third there at the end. So happy about that.
A lot of rubbing, a lot of marks on yours and the 19 car. What happened between you two?
I think he was just mad, like he was mad that the 11 used him up on the restart. That's probably where it really started from. And then the other 22 got to his inside 1-2. I got in behind the 22, and he just turned left across my nose and had me up on the apron off of 2. And then I don't know if he thought that I just piled it in there, but then he door slammed me down the middle of the backstretch. So I just figured in 3 and 4 I was going to use him up a little bit. So I think he just is more mad at Denny, but I was the closest one to take his anger out on. So I'm sure. I haven't seen a replay either, but I'm guessing the replay looks the way I kind of saw it 1 and 2, and then he'll realize that and probably be all right. Martin's one of the most probably the most respected guy in the garage area, so I was surprised when he turned left on me down the backstretch, and then again after the checkered. But it's all good. I hope he doesn't have any hard feelings to me, because I definitely don't towards him. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks.
Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Let's have one more look at this restart. Hamlin on the inside, Truex on the outside, and we'll carry them through turns 1 and 2.
He definitely rolled right before he got there. Right at the line.
Was it close? Yes. But those cars are still door to door. I mean, he got off that. Getting in position right there, him moving him up a little bit is where his frustration was. That's where the race was lost, because not only did it losing the battle, it opened the door up for the 22 to get under him too.
Yeah, but I mean, gosh, we're racing for the win. It wasn't like he turned him sideways or anything like that. He went up the racetrack a little bit and they rubbed doors. But I think Martin's just frustrated with the way that the end of that race turned out, and he wound up not winning, and then it all really unraveled for him right there.
Got beat in the pits. Not on the restart.
Denny Hamlin celebrates as winner of the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond.
The sign on the outside of the track says Richmond Raceway, but I think we might have to change it to Hamlin's home. Grew up about 30 minutes south of the racetrack, and today he earned his 5th win out there at Richmond. Congratulations to Denny Hamlin, and of course, that 11-team 53rd career win overall. He just led 16 laps on the day. Welcome into our studio, Shannon, Larry, and Jamie. You said that there were going to be a lot of unknowns going into today's race. Well, something we know is that Denny Hamlin's very good at this track, and so is his pit crew.
Well, and I think that's the key. We had run the entire stage 3, the final stage, caution-free. We had not had a caution since the end of stage 2, but all it took was Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson battling for 4th to bring that caution out. There was no question. Everybody was coming to pit road for 4 fresh tires. I said it on the broadcast. This race may very be won right there on pit road, and that was the case with a second quicker pit stop for the 11.
Yeah, you had one happy, one not happy. Martin Truex Jr., who led over half the race. Just heartbreak for him to have the caution come out right at the end. And it stings even a little bit worse, guys, to have your teammate be who beat you out of the pit. We saw he was frustrated with Denny Hamlin, thought he got used up on the restart, thought Larson maybe took advantage of him. I think just frustrated with the outcome. But Truex is running great, guys.
Yeah. And another guy who ran great today, Joey Logano in that Ford. He's with Regan Smith.
Well, a strong run for Joey Logano coming home in second place tonight. Joey, not exactly the start of the year that you've wanted, but man, this has got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels good and it doesn't at the same time. It feels good to be in contention to win the race. It hurts to be that close and not capitalize on it. So Paul gave me a great car. Everyone did a great job preparing to show Pennsville Mustang and gave me something that I could win with if we could get to the lead. We had a good long run car that we were trying to run down to 19 before the caution, and just we didn't execute pit road. Our guys have been great all year long and just had an off day there, and everything's got to click at the same time to win these things, and we just didn't quite get it.
Thanks, Joey.
Well, Chase Elliott started this race with the best start of the season on the front row. You bring it home with your best finish of the year, a top 5 for you. How good did this night feel for you guys start to finish?
Yeah, I thought, overall a solid weekend altogether. Just really proud of the fight. We kind of fell behind there mid portion of the race, and those last 2 or 3 runs I had a little momentum forward, was able to pass some guys under green. That's a hard thing to do nowadays, at least for me. So passed a few guys there and got ourselves, back part of the top 10. And when the caution came out, gave ourselves the opportunity to come down pit road and have a good pit stop and get in the mix. So we were, a row or 2 back from having a shot at it, but nonetheless, nice to get a solid top 5 and something to build on here as we get to, go to Martinsville and beyond.
Christopher Bell fast all night long. Unfortunately, got caught speeding on pit road. Still able to battle back to a 6th place finish, Christopher. That was a great run at the end.
Yeah, I mean, to come out here with a top 10 is something that, ended up being a really good day after such a disappointing mistake on pit road, man. It was right there in the hunt, and obviously it was going to be a race under the green flag cycles and stuff. So disappointed, but really happy to have a good showing for our Mobil 1 Camry. And yeah, it stings to have a car that fast and make a mistake and give it up.
Thanks, Christopher.
Quite the heavyweight fight out there in Richmond. Denny Hamlin holding up the belt. Yes, in victory lane. 5th time that he's won at the Richmond track. We will be right back to wrap things up here post-race.
Is this how you prove you earn the crown? How you shut up the haters? Handle the heat?
Who's going to make the move? It's going to be a must-win.
Is this a shooting star? Rock star? Superstar? Okay. Let's all take a deep breath, because once we peel out, there's no looking back. You ready?
The pride of Chesterfield, Virginia, Denny Hamlin getting it done at Richmond Raceway. Let's hear from Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick, and Clint Boyer.
Well, things we learned at Richmond. NASCAR's wet weather tires are great. And they got this race going under green, and then made the switch to slicks seamlessly. Ran the rest of the race, in which Martin Truex led over 200 laps. Kyle Larson led over 100 laps. Neither one of whom ended up in victory lane.
Well, I feel pretty lucky to be standing up here in the booth with you guys this year, because that was a great example of what we can do with the wet weather tires and the way that we can get this race started. And then the way that it all ended with all the action and the late caution. It was a wild race at Richmond, Clint.
Strategy left and right all over the place as we progress through the stages. I love that. And then the end. Ultimately, that late race caution with Larson spinning and actually gained him 2 spots. Never saw that coming. But the 11 car and that pit crew, we covered them earlier in the race. We showed just how good those guys are, and they won him that race on pit road.
When you dominate a race and you lose it at the end to someone else like that, is it harder to take when that other driver is your teammate and somebody you got to sit next to at the team meeting come Monday or Tuesday morning?
Well, I think Martin Truex was frustrated that the caution came out. Then he was frustrated because he felt like Denny Hamlin jumped the start, and then he felt like Denny Hamlin pushed him up the hill. But they're racing for the win. Denny Hamlin did exactly what he should do on the restart. He did exactly what he should have done in 1 and 2, and Martin lost his mind there at the end of the race and just ran over Denny Hamlin after the race and Kyle Larson and just had a tough end of the race. But I've been there, and I've done the exact same thing, and it's a frustrating situation when you're 1 lap from winning the race.
Great night for Denny Hamlin. Great night for Joey Logano. Great finish for him, and a great save for Kyle Larson. Well, more short tracking next week in Martinsville.
That is right. That's exactly how I was going to set you up, because we did it tonight. We're going to get to do it again next weekend.
Well, 5.5 hours ago, we talked about Hendrick Motorsports and Joe Gibbs Racing, and they did not let us down. They actually ended up with 6 of the top 7 tonight. And, oh, by the way, they both are pretty good at that paperclip where we're going next week, another short track.
Yeah, and I talked about it in the pre-race show. I mean, this race is all about drivers managing tires and crew chiefs making good decisions. We saw all of that play out, the strategy. It was really exciting to watch. Looking forward to seeing it again next weekend.
We also have a full week on Race Hub. Don't miss Thursday. Defending series champ Ryan Blaney will be on for the entire hour. That's at 6 o'clock on FS1. Next week, we head to Martinsville. Sunday, race day starts at 2 Eastern on FS1, continues on Fox at 3. And coming up next, except on the West Coast, it is your late local news. Thank you for spending your Easter holiday with us here at Fox Sports. Hope you enjoyed the race, and we'll see you next weekend.
Did you see that? Hear that? Feel that? Is this how you prove you earn the crown?
Winning is in his DNA.
How you shut up the haters?
I love it.
Handle the heat?
Who's going to make the move?
It's going to be a must-win.
Is this a shooting star? Rock star? Superstar? Okay. Let's all take a deep breath. Because once we peel out, there's no looking back. You ready?